You said that you love winning. What drives you more, the love of winning or the hate of losing?
Maybe equally, maybe both. I don't like losing, and I do like winning.
Say his name and he appears.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Greetings and welcome to Winning 2024. We're going early tonight. How's everybody doing out there? Hope you are all doing and living well. And tonight, live, the 2024 presidential debate, Walz, Vance versus Walz. We're going to be here all night for that. Going early tonight so we can go over some cool stuff beforehand, and then we'll also be around after the debates, the debate for post debate reactions. We'll look around and see what we can find then. But first, let me thank all of you out there in the winner's circle who support the channel. You're scrolling at the bottom of the screen there. Thank you guys so much. No matter what level you're at, your support is greatly appreciated. There's plenty of levels to choose from. If you'd like, go ahead and join up with the winner circle and hang out with the most base crowd on the internet. And thank you also to Shelly and Wolfram who support the channel over on Rumble. And of course, I am broadcasting live right now on YouTube, Rumble, and X. And we will be here all night long. Thank you for coming early and hanging out with us. I'm going to show you some jaw-dropping evidence that Candace Owens has been working very hard on about Kamala's past. You know, it says a lot about a person's character when they can't, when they try to pretend to be someone they're not. And in this case, it's really it's worse than you ever thought. It's about what you expect, though, right? And she's been doing great work. I've been watching the story before I brought it to you guys just to make sure there was no shark jumping going on. But I've done lineage, like heritage confirmation research before, and I know what it takes. It's a lot of work and a lot of effort. I know the things you got to look for, and I know the the amount of time it takes. So every day she's coming out and improving her story on this and finding more and more evidence. And we're going to get into that. That's going to be a big chunk of the early show here, as well as a few other tidbits, and then we're going to get right into the debate here, which is going to start at 9 p.m. Eastern. So let me just go ahead and thank and say hello to everybody that's out in the crowd. Cool Gamer, what's up, my friend? How you doing? So happy you're here. There is T-Rex. He sure hopes Vance doesn't come off snobbish and slick. Well, I hope not. I was saying earlier, I hope that he really is listening to Vivek Ramaswamy right now and getting some good advice from him. I think that's I think Vivek's got the really the base level headed take on how to handle this crowd and what to say on the spotlight here and not to go falling for their traps. There'll be some mudslinging, I'm sure. I'm sure these two have been waiting to get a hold of each other. But yeah, Wolfram, thank you for dropping these links, man. How you doing? Remember to listen to the wolf. He wipes his paws, loops it in and howls, and he's here. Yep, and T-Rex, you did get in here first, but there you go. Small victories, man. Hey, Andy, how you doing? How you doing? It starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. Let me go ahead and actually, Andy, thank you for reminding me. I will go ahead and put that banner. I'll switch it up just so everybody knows when they come in here. We're getting going early because I really want to dig into this Candace Owens investigation that's going on with Kamala's past. If you didn't see it, I'll give you a little taste right now of what to expect. I did put this out on my X page today. And I was so good, I just couldn't resist. So let me go ahead and give you just a little taste of what's going on here after I say hello to the rest of the crowd. Let's see where we at. Cool Gamer. Okay, there's Shelly. Shelly's saying hello to everybody. She's the hostess with the mostest. She greets you at the door with a big smile and a big hug. There she is. All right, cool. We got the early crowd in the house. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. I'm gonna give you a little taste here. We're gonna open up with something else just to kind of let people get here. I want to give you a taste. Since you got here early, you get to see the warm-up number. Here we go.
She was everybody's favorite Hindu Indian prosecutor and attorney general and senator, and now she becomes black. But, you know, I met her daddy, fine gentleman, Professor Harris. And the problem with her being black is Professor Harris says he's Caucasian, mixed Irish and Hindu. He doesn't have any black ancestors, but his Irish ancestors owned a lot of slaves in Jamaica and had them to work on plantation. So if mama is on the birth certificate listed as a Caucasian, daddy says he's a Caucasian Hindu and has no black ancestors, how did she get to be black?
Good question. And I'm talking about you know how I am about vetting research and information and so on. Candace is doing a great job on this. I mean, like I said, I've done this kind of work before, and she's doing all the right things. So I got to show you it. And there's more to the story. There's a lot more to the story. I just gave you a little teaser right there because there's so much more. And you realize she put out a book about herself, right? She put out an autobiography or some biography or something she signed off on, where she put pictures in the books claiming that a certain person was her grandmother. Well, the problem with that is her grandmother died before she was born, according to death records, like official records. Yeah, she's lying. She's lying. Kamala McLiar. Kamala McLiar. That's what she is. That's what she does. I started working on a little meme here about that. Cool. I already got a post VP analysis reaction link from T-Rex from his new favorite creator. I think he's got a little crush. And I don't blame him. All right. So let me show you. Let's see. Can I show this? Yeah. Where's the hub? This is just a little thing I keep where I hand off things to myself. Here we go. Watch this. I worked on a little meme because, you know, if you guys have noticed, I've been calling her Kamala McLiar. That's for good reason, you know. So let's see. Here we go. Yeah, I like the other one better. I refaced another one with a big red wig on, but I'm working on that. So look forward to seeing Kamala McLiar soon, coming to a post near you. All right. So how's everybody doing out there? Anybody else rolling in here I can say hi to? Not yet. Let's see how we're doing out there on Rumble tonight. Hey, Rumble, what's going on? We got 8 over there watching. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much. We got a new follower, Resist for Soul 44. Thank you for following the channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It says we're up to 495, but I think we're up to 496. So I don't know if I lost one in the process or what's going on there. Sometimes it takes oh yeah, it says 496 on this page. Let me refresh, and 495. Okay, so someone must have dropped off. All right, we're still trying to get to 500. I hope we do that tonight. So if you're here, you're new, and you're on Rumble, if you want to follow, man, that'd be awesome. You can be part of this, the fantastic 5. Or I say, hold on, I can't say the fabulous 5 people that because it's the Fantastic 4. When we get down to 4, you're going to be part of the Fantastic 4. But right now, it's the fabulous 5. And the freaking awesome 5. How about that? That sounds better. And that will get us up to 500. I hope we break that tonight. Hey, Zach, what's going on? Look at my shiny new membership courtesy of Shelly without a second E. Yep, that's the way she does it. It's not an only one L. But you have to spell her real name for that. Okay, 24 hour vetting. Rumble does that a lot. Okay, cool. All right. Well, welcome, new follower. Welcome, new follower. Maybe we're really up to 496. We only need the Fantastic 4. So pick your favorite character and be it. You can be Reed Richards. You can be the Invisible Woman. You can be the Human Torch, or you could be the Thing. Anyway, either way you want to do it, then you can get us there. We're on X. How's it going out there on X? We're up to 654 on X right now, so we're heading towards 700. And I follow back all Patriots out there. So if you enjoy the content and want to support other Patriots that are dedicated to the cause, like myself, I'd love to have you as a follower. I'll promise I'll put out good information. I'll repost cool stuff, and I'll never jump the shark. You don't throw about any shark jumping going on here because I don't do that. I don't do that. You know who does that? The only people who do that are people like Vance. All right. I love that one. And of course, you guys know we got a lot of great creators in the crowd tonight. So as the links get dropped out, like, look, see, there's one for Zach right there. Zach, what's going on? He's got a link out there. T-Rex Trunkin's got a link out there. That's Wolfram, who's working hard, man. He's always on top of it. Indy's got her link out there. All great channels. Guys, check them out. Subscribe to them. That's for anybody who's coming in or listening on a different platform or lurking. If you're lurking, come on in. Come on in. Come on in. We don't bite. We have a good old time. In fact, most people that come in here and start hanging out really enjoy it, and they end up sticking around. So I hope you will join this awesome crowd that we have here. And I stream 5 nights a week, and coming up starting tomorrow, 2 days, 2 mornings a week. As I will be starting Winning 2024 morning edition tomorrow at 9 a.m. And it'll be a 2-hour show tops. Like, I'm going to cut it off at 2 hours, no matter how far I get. And then I will be off to do my day job. But hey, let's take a look at this video here to warm us up, and then we're going to get into the Kamala Harris Ain't Black investigation that's going on.
Welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You know what I was thinking about the other day? We all saw that clown show of an ABC debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and we kept saying, oh, it's 3v1. And obviously that's frustrating and annoying, but in a way, it's okay. That debate was 3v1. I can live with that because it's just a singular debate. If you look at the election as a whole, it kind of evens out. The debate was 3v1 versus Donald Trump, but the election is 3v1 versus Kamala Harris. In fact, it might be 5 or 6v1. It's Donald Trump, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, and the list goes on and on versus tackling Kamala. In a way, it kind of evens things out. It makes it a little bit more of a fair, even playing field. I don't know about you guys.
But yeah, I don't know about you guys, but if 2020 hadn't happened and gone down the way it did, we wouldn't have the stream team together, So what is that Garth Brooks used to say? Sometimes I thank God for unanswered prayers. This might be one of those cases.
I'd rather have RFK Jr. on my side, slamming Kamala Harris for the next month and a half, than have ABC's David Muir make a complete fool of himself for a 2-hour little fake debate segment. You probably get exactly where I'm going with this. RFK Jr. goes absolutely beast mode on Kamala Harris, roasting her into oblivion. Trust me, this is good stuff, folks. Let me show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so here's an RFK Jr. moment that I think perfectly encapsulates this Kamala train wreck campaign.
Oh, tell the truth when we did something wrong. So one time I hit a baseball through my mom's window and broke it. And my dad said to me, before you answer this question, I want you to remember what George Washington did. He cut down the cherry tree. This is a story every American knew at that time. His father asked him, well, who cut it down? And he said, I did. He always admitted when he was wrong. But now the Democratic Party has given us a loophole around that mandate. All you have to know is 7 words. And you never have to admit to doing anything wrong again. And do you know what those 7 words are? I was born in the middle class. So repeat after me, I was born in the middle class. So the next time your boss asks you why you were late for work, what are you gonna say? And the next time your wife asks you why you didn't take out the garbage, what are you going to say? And the next time your landlord asks you for the rent check, what are you going to say? That's all you have to know, and you don't have to answer any question.
I mean, that right there is pretty much perfect. It distills it now, doesn't it? This is what the Democrats do. Is inflation running rampant? Groceries too expensive? Housing costs through the roof? Is it our fault for printing trillions of dollars, enabling global conflict, attacking our own domestic energy sector as we enable foreign dictators to essentially dominate the global market? Oh, did we do that to you? Oh, well, doesn't really matter. Did you know that I worked at McDonald's? I was born in the middle class. I guess that's all you got to say. And now it's facts be damned. Elect that person. Ooh, they were born in the middle class. RFK Jr. hits the nail on the head. All Democrats do is attempt to appeal to emotion. They pretend to relate to people. It's all about feels-good narratives and never actual facts or actual good policy. And don't take it from me, Kamala's own campaign surrogates, who weirdly enough all happen to be celebrities. I mean, people who are really connected with the middle class. Yeah, okay. Well,
Right.
even they essentially are saying the quiet part out loud, admitting the truth.
You know, I'm not a politician. I'm not an expert on various issues.
In fact, I shouldn't even be here
today.
What am
But
I doing?
do know, I do feel strongly about who our leaders should be as an American citizen, and I would really like it if the discourse could become kinder and more effective. And I think that
in other words, translation, don't call out her lies, and don't criticize her bad policies and ideas and lack of substance to her answers. Don't do that, please. Be nice. Let her be a bitch.
will be the case with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in office, and because I think they are people who are for the people.
That's actress Julia Louis-Dreyfus, essentially explaining the left-wing elitist Hollywood worldview in a 40-second clip. We don't know anything about the issues, but we have strong opinions on who should be president because of our feelings. Feelings. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't care about feelings. Personally, I care about facts. And what did we learn from Ben Shapiro? Facts don't care about your feelings. That became a famous saying because it's true. I care about the actual details. I care about how people are doing. And it's obvious that Democrats just want to keep playing these manipulative emotional games while avoiding the actual facts. You know, there's a reason why Kamala Harris refuses to answer the question, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Because they don't want to deal in facts. They just want to deal in narrative. Vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. Vote for Kamala Harris because she's a minority. Vote for Kamala Harris because she cares. Cares about what exactly? Doesn't matter. She just cares. Right? Vote for her because she represents joy. Vote for her because she worked at McDonald's and came from the middle class. It's all a freaking scam, or more accurately, it's all a diversion tactic. Kamala Harris acts this way. She campaigns this way because very simply she doesn't have a track record to run on, and she doesn't have policies to run on. You know, here we go again. Kamala Harris with another celebrity. Surprise, surprise. Talking about the economy without a script.
First of all, Latina small business.
Yeah, Ellie, we're getting ready to go into your wheelhouse. Right next, we're doing heritage genealogy tracing coming up.
Those are the fastest growing in the country.
Yes, they are.
Right?
Yes, they are.
But included in that is that we don't lack for people who have ambition and have aspirations and dreams and an idea.
Like the other side does. I mean, this is the biggest fallacy, right? It's the biggest fallacy by saying because we do it, it means the other side doesn't do it, when that's not true at all.
Yeah, that is a great idea and work ethic. But not everybody has access to the capital.
So true.
And I believe strongly that our small businesses are the backbone of America's economy. So when we grow and strengthen,
do you believe that? Do you believe that? You believe that really? I mean, it's like I believe air is for breathing. I really do. I think we all need air.
Small businesses, we all benefit.
And again, it's a bunch of empty platitudes, word salad nonsense. Oh, small businesses need capital, says the woman who's literally trying to take capital away from corporations. Oh, but she's just trying to tax those big corporations. Yeah, well, is she aware that small businesses sometimes take contracts from big companies? Small companies run services for bigger companies. Well, what happens if you go after those big companies' bottom lines? Well, some of those contracts are going to start drying up. You have a negative impact on productivity, and you essentially harm everyone. Consumers who have to now pay more for costs, employees who are at risk of losing their job, as the company they work for's bottom line is obviously going to take a hit from the increased tax burden. And of course, small businesses, who are the most vulnerable to bad economic shifts. I mean, look what happened during COVID. Who benefited and who got crushed? Big corporations benefited like you can't even imagine, and small businesses got decimated. But it doesn't matter. The facts don't matter. Just vote for the inspiring empty platitudes. Kamala Harris, when asked any question, I was born in the middle class. Ooh, people's aspirations and dreams. The dreams and the aspirations and the dreams and the aspirations of the people. Actually, I just happened to stumble on a perfect clip.
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. I grew up a middle-class kid. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people.
You know, we have ambitions and aspirations and dreams.
The ambition, the aspiration, the dream. I started my career as a prosecutor.
I was a career prosecutor for most of my career.
Having a background as a prosecutor, I intend to create an opportunity economy,
developing and
opportunity economy. What I imagine and believe and call an opportunity economy.
It's essentially exactly as RFK Jr. described it, and how I've been describing it basically since this campaign started. Kamala Harris is a phony. She's a liar. And frankly, it's up to the American people whether or not they're going to allow her to get away with it, essentially. I think it's clear as day that what Kamala Harris is engaged in is manipulation. It's all emotion, no substance, no track record. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
You also got to get understand.
Yep. You also got to get them on stand. That's right. And by the way, you guys know her catchphrase, right? You know what she's always running around saying? You know what she's always running around saying? She's always running around saying, what can be unburdened by what has been? Pure Marxism. We actually, that was called out. It's been called out many times, but, and it's just it's so in your face. It's like the whole Ford thing with Obama, right? That comes from Marxism, cultural Marxism. We're talking about it on Unrig the Game with the Big Intel book by J. Michael Waller. Fantastic book. We are 2 episodes in. We're doing 3 chapters in each episode, and it's already at the top, like one of my favorite books of the 4 we've read. It's tied right up there. Control Oligarchs by Seamus Bruner. I love both these books for different reasons, but this one is phenomenal. I mean, I'm just like yes. Anyways, I want to show you this. This is a Chinese defector. This is a quick clip here, and then we're going to get into the Kamala Harris phony race grifting phony story coming up here. But let me pull this up real quick. This is from the Charlie Kirk show. It's a real quick clip that I want you guys to hear from defector Zing Van Fleet. Wow, Z Van Fleet, whatever. You know, it's XI Fleet, Van Fleet. God, they have great names, don't they? All right. So I want you guys to check this out, and it has to do with this saying. Let's hear from someone who fled Maoist communist China, right? Let's hear from them and what they think about the statement. Oops, and let me turn the volume up so you can hear it. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Sorry, I was born in the middle class.
Xi, I want you to listen to cut 5 and tell me if this is communism. Play cut 5.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
What can be unburdened
It's the
by what
piano.
has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
Xi, is this communism?
Xi.
That's Cultural Revolution, absolutely. That is a Mao's version of what destroyed the 4 O's. Anything old, anything traditional, anything valuable, anything that people hold as dear to their heart has to be destroyed. And that is the Cultural Revolution. It took me forever to figure out what she was saying, but now it's so clear. It's destroyed the past, including the history.
So Xi, put bluntly, Tim Walz has visited China multiple times. Kamala Harris has communist leadings. Is it fair to say that they represent the American equivalent of a Mao communist party?
I think you put it right. I think it's not quite just communist. It's Maoists. They are Maoists. What's happening in America, the woke, is Maoism with American characteristics. Because everything, you read my book, you're going to understand everything that Mao, all the tricks Mao used, is playing out right here. It is absolutely history repeating. Charlie, can I just say something I think is very, very important, and I want to put it out there for people to understand.
Please.
There is no winners under communism, not even the communists. Do you know who was the biggest victim in the Cultural Revolution? It is the number 2 CCP figure, the president of China, Liu Shaoqi. He was purged and persecuted to death. And Mao seemed to be the only winner, but as soon as he died, his widow was sentenced to death and had a show trial and sentenced to death, and she committed suicide in prison. There is no winner, not just the people who follow them, but the ranking members of the party. So just take that to your heart. There is no winner. Everyone is a loser, including the people on the left. They're thinking they are in the winning team. No one is going to be a winner. Everyone is going to be a loser.
That's right.
Everybody will be a loser.
We talk about that a lot.
This is why we must fight for a free society. First, we must fight against communism. We have 2 minutes remaining. Xi, how do we defeat the communists? How do we defeat Kamala Harris?
I think the number one issue is we have to make people to understand. That's what you have been doing. That's what I have been doing. Wake people up. This is something that is going to destroy all of us and the future of our children. So you have to understand it before you can really fight against it.
That's true. You really do. And that's what we're doing, raising awareness about it, talking about it, right? That's what we got to do. All right, let's get to the meat of this thing, man. Let's talk about what a Kamala Harrison is, Comrade Kamala Harrison is. This report right here is going to blow your mind. Like I said, Candace Owens has been doing some great research, and it's all right here up front. Let me get past her intro here. All right, here we go. Yeah, we're talking a lot about cultural Marxism, man. We've covered a whole ton. There's lots of links out there to different documentaries we've watched, different discussions, different interviews. And again, on Unrig the Game, Big Intel, it's going into the history of all this, and it's very embedded in our deep state. We talk about the deep state, and even she's talking about Maoist China right there. Again, Maoist China, cultural Marxism affected that place too and took over, right? So it doesn't matter where it's coming out of one place or another. It's at the root the same evil idea. It's the same evil intention, right? It's all there. So it doesn't matter whether it's Chinese communism. Who is it? Chinese? Is it these people? Is it these people? I mean, dude, it's just cultural Marxism, and once it infects like a virus, doesn't matter what race or what country it's coming from. It's the same thing, same set of strategies, same subversion, same country and life destroying tactics. We got to stop it. They talk about critical theory being one of the root, one of the weapons of mass destruction for cultural Marxism to take over, and solutions to eliminating cultural Marxism. Critical theory in our country by defunding all universities and schools that practice it in any way, shape, or form, and removing the incentive for the people that understand it, are part of the subversion, the agents of subversion for cultural Marxism. Remove the incentive for them to be there, and we can restore our educational institutions and replace critical theory with things like the trivium, real history, the philosophy of liberty, things that we're missing, this Craig method. I mean, there's so many things that they've taken away from us, so that we will not be able to decipher the lies and the subversion mixed in with this critical theory stuff. So get rid of it, and we're on our way to a better future. And that's a solution right there we can all work on. Let's go. Hold on, let me just turn the TV set here, get it adjusted.
All right, buckle up, boys, because we are headed to World War III, just as I predicted. How did I do that? Either I have a crystal ball and my name is Miss Cleo calling me now, or this has been the most obviously planned war in the history of obviously planned wars. Right, it's actually insulting to me how obvious this is. We're going to get to the Middle East, but first we have to take a closer look, at Donald J. Harris. After many of you were sending me clips of Judge Joe Brown, this is so random, speaking about how he knew Donald, and yeah, he claims that Donald was not black. All that coming up on Candace.
That's right. Here we go. All right. Oops.
List got.
I thought I had gotten past all that. There we go.
And I'm very scared about what I'm coming across through all of these files, searching things, these slight name changes, taking on different identities. It seems pretty obvious to me that we are hitting upon some sort of an organized communist cell.
Is that too? Is she too fast for winning speed? You guys want me to slow it down a little bit? I feel like I need to slow it down a little bit. Let's try it like this. Let's just do it.
Yesterday I had asked you guys to please send me anything regarding Alvis Cambridge's marriage to Cynthia Cambridge, because I couldn't find anything about it. And somebody did find something. He changed the spelling, or maybe if we're being nice here, the journalist got the spelling of his marriage announcement wrong, but they did find it in the Kingston Gleaner. So I just want to start there because I want to provide that update. Here it is. Alvis Cambridge's marriage announcement in the Kingston Gleaner dated
Yeah, and this is the way you see. There you go, Ellie. Right, this is the way you do genealogy traces and how you figure out whether backstories are correct or not. How you validate them really is you got to find marriage records, birth records, death certificates, death records. You know, sometimes you got to look for the gravestones, obituaries, old newspaper clippings. Yeah, there you go. See, sometimes records are done phonetically and misspelled. There's a lot of corrections, a lot of things that could be going wrong. And people like that want to pull one over on you will use that to their advantage. So you have to drill down and you go through you end up doing last name traces for, and in this case, both sides. And you're going through all kinds of different family groups, over and over and over again. It's a little bit maddening, but this is why if you do it right, it takes you a while to do it, right? It may take you up to 3 months to do something like that or more, just to day in and day out, going through the genealogies of all these families with these last names, looking for pictures, looking for evidence. This is what she's been doing. I got to applaud her. I know how hard this is. It's hard work.
June 30th, 1953. It reads, the wedding of Miss Cynthia Lopez, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. H.A. Lopez of, and it's a little cut off here, but Bushy St. Catherine Parish, it looks like, and Mr. Alvis St. Elmo Cambridge, the son of Mr. and Mrs. U.L. Cambridge. It goes on to state elsewhere that Mr. Beavis Campbell was best man, and Mr. John Strudwick, who I recognize because that would be Carmen's husband. In case you're wondering who Carmen is, that is White Iris's sister, because she was the maid of honor in their wedding, and she eventually gets married to somebody with the last name Strudwick. So John Stud.
And White Iris is the mother of Harris, so that's why she's pointing that out, because in the book, Harris put this black woman out there and said it was her grandmother. However, the problem is she was born after her grandmother's death. Death certificate says she died. And what you're going to find out is there's some shenanigans going on.
John Strudwick was, in fact, the best man here. So this is a very, very close family for him to be the best man. And Raymond Stewart were ushers at the ceremony, which was performed by Reverend J. Leslie McPherson. Now, even of more interest is they also have the exact same wedding song as Iris Cambridge and Oscar Harris. Again, these people seem pretty close-knit, almost a little too close-knit. But I do want to point out there that it says Alvis Cambridge's parents are Mr. and Mrs. U.L. Cambridge. So that is either incorrect or that is an intentional deviation, or rather just not a match. Because if we go back and take a look at Iris and Oscar Harris's wedding announcement, we're going to pull that up. So this is Iris, whatever you want to call her, Cambridge's wedding announcement to Oscar Harris. We can see that the names of the parents are different, just slightly different. We have, what was it, A.L. Cambridge, Mr. and Mrs. I got to find it here, a bouquet by her father. I just don't see it in this little tidbit that you've pulled up, but I'm pretty sure it's A.L. Cambridge. So they have different initials. I know that V.S. Cambridge right there at the top, Mr. and Mrs. V.S. Cambridge versus Mr. and Mrs. U.L. Cambridge. So does that signify to us that they are not related, that they're lying about their parents' names? I could not find a Mr. and Mrs. U.L. Cambridge anywhere in St. Elizabeth Parish in Jamaica at this time. And again, we cannot find Alvis's birth certificate. So this is just another huge question mark. But what we do know for certain is that he was exceedingly close to Iris Cambridge. Everyone who has emailed me, and based on my own research, it looked like they were brother and sister. Now we're wondering maybe they're first cousins. We definitely know that they spent the majority of their lives together. There are so many pictures of Alvis and White Iris hugging all throughout their lives, holding hands, all of this, which was posted under his obituary. Just so many pictures proving that the three of them, his wife, Cynthia Lopez, White Iris, and him were exceedingly close and lived in the Broward County area. Not only that, but they traveled together here to America. They landed in Miami together aboard a ship. Now, I want to show you something that's actually fascinating. So we've already deduced that for whatever reason, they, and by they, I'm referring obviously to Kamala's family, particularly Donald Harris and Kamala herself, are trying to pass off via a sleight of hand White Iris as Black Iris, okay? And break this down again. to be real careful here. Black Iris is Iris Finnegan. He claims that Iris Finnegan, Black Iris, is Kamala's great-grandmother. She claims that it's her great.
There you go. See, there's the Black Iris, and you're going to see White Iris, and you'll see the resemblance here in a minute.
Grandmother in her book, and we see no evidence of that aside from this picture, which Donald claims that he shot of Kamala sitting on her lap. I felt that Iris was the help. What we know about Iris Finnegan is that her her
like a memento.
maiden name is Allen. So she was born Aura Iris Allen Finnegan. Okay. And then she marries allegedly Patrick Finnegan and takes on the Finnegan last name. Okay. White Iris, on the other hand, was born Iris Cambridge and takes on the last name Harris.
I mean, dude, look at that woman's face. And when you see her father, it's undeniable. It's undeniable. Between the two of them, between Black Iris and White Iris, right? It's undeniable. It's this like, it's like when we saw that picture of Obama next to Frank Marshall Davis, right? And then we put the picture of him next to his father, a supposed father, right? The Obama father, right? Obama father. There's no doubt that he's Frank Marshall Davis's son, and that's what the whole cover up with his birth certificate was. They go, oh no, he was really born in Hawaii. Yeah, we get the misdirect there. We know he was born in Hawaii, right? Nobody's saying that. That's what people who were jumping the shark earlier were saying, and that he wasn't. He was born in Kenya, right? That was the big left turn there that screwed everybody up. But what they didn't notice was his mom, his white mom, was posing in pornography for known communists. They all have communist fathers. Communist Frank Marshall Davis, and what do you know? The kid comes out looking just like him, when she's prancing around at his house taking nudie pictures back in the day. So when you see that whole thing with Obama, it's kind of the same situation where they try to sub in somebody else to be the parent to make them look to throw you off in one way or another. In this case, for him, it was that he was the son of a famous communist, right? And Kamala's case is to try to prove that she's Black when she's not.
And she also has a baptismal name named Vioris. So she becomes Iris Cambridge Harris. Well, check this out, okay? In 1958, Cynthia Cambridge and her now husband, Freemason Alvis Cambridge, arrived on a first-class ship into Miami from Jamaica. And aboard that ship was also Iris F. Harris. Now, pause. What is wrong with this? Pull it back up. What is wrong with this? Her middle initial.
F.
Why on earth? Now, it makes sense that Iris and Alves and Alves' wife are all on the ship together coming from Jamaica. They make a stop. The last port they stop at is Nassau, Bahamas, before they arrive into Miami. But why is Iris's middle initial F? She was not born. She was never married into a Finnegan family. Why did she adopt that middle initial? That's huge. It's very strange that she would have done that. Remember, Donald is alleging that Black Iris, the great-grandmother, right, at no point her last name would have been Harris, just Finnegan. She was born Iris Aura Allen, again, just reiterating that, and she became Finnegan when she got married to Patrick Finnegan. So we know that this is not her on board this ship with the Harris last name. We know for a fact that that is our white Iris who married Oscar Harris. But she never had a middle initial F. I think this is the earliest indication that she was taking on the identity of the help. I remain convinced that Miss Iris was in fact the help. I told you guys yesterday that we are trying to locate this older woman who wrote this comment under a YouTube video. It actually wasn't even our YouTube video. It was somebody else that was covering my content. She wrote this, if you want to pull that comment up. I am 76 years old. Years ago, I read an article about Kamala's family of slave owners. Miss Iris was one of the house slaves of Kamala's family. When the slaves got set
Hear
free,
that?
Miss Iris was old and didn't want to leave the family. Miss Iris also had a daughter who was raised in the house with Kamala's family. Kamala's parents worked out of town a lot, so Kamala was basically raised by the Black women that worked in that house. If I remember correct, her mom was a professor in some big universities, and possibly her father held a government job and traveled a lot. I can't remember where the article was, but if you find it, you will have all the proof that you need. So I really would like to pick this woman's brain. I would like to speak to her and see if she can recall where this was published, because that so fits into everything that I've been saying. And like I said, part of this was just me exploring my own heritage. Like I told you, my grandfather obviously was one of these families after slavery was abolished that opted in North Carolina. His family opted to just stay and continue working as sharecroppers. And so they worked on the same family that had enslaved them, they now worked for. So that makes sense. What that woman posted makes sense, but a YouTube comment is not proof. I do think seeing Iris F. Finnegan is some early indication. Now, there's even more proof, of course, that at the very least, the bare minimum, Kamala Harris is not Black. It isn't just Janet Jackson. Funny who the media picks on and who the media stays away from, because Judge Joe Brown has the credentials. This is a person that they know is intelligent, has had a talk show on TV, I guess you could say a judge show on TV for a very long time. And many of you guys were emailing me clips of him on the show discussing the fact that he knew Kamala's father and that he just simply knows that the family is not Black. Take a listen to this first clip before we jump into the second one.
Repeat for some. We got it.
She was everybody's favorite Hindu Indian prosecutor and attorney general and senator, and now she becomes Black. But, you know, I met her daddy, fine gentleman, Professor Harris. And the problem with her being Black is Professor Harris says he's Caucasian, mixed Irish and Hindu. He doesn't have any Black ancestors, but his Irish ancestors owned a lot of slaves in Jamaica and had them to work on plantation. So if mama is on the birth certificate listed as a Caucasian, daddy says he's a Caucasian Hindu and has no Black ancestors, how did she get to be Black?
I mean, the math is not mathing. How did she become Black? It doesn't make sense. Okay. It only makes sense if you stole the identity of the help, which is so sick, so twisted, so diabolical, so offensive that we demand a response to this. Like I said, if a single Black person is okay with this and votes for her because the media simply decided to make her Black, to essentially wave a little Harry Potter wand and go, oh, okay, we just need you to be Black because we need those Black votes, right? And you're okay with that, you should really re-examine your life. You should deeply, spiritually search within yourself to determine what is wrong with you, that you would allow this sleight of hand to allow to compel you to vote for this woman, despite her horrific record, by the way, of locking up Black men.
Yeah, you know, communists and cultural Marxists, the ends justify the means. They don't care. They know they're lying. They're all about it. It's all about the end results. They'll do anything to get what they want. It's a mental virus, and most of them don't even know what it is they actually think they're going to get. They certainly don't know the outcome of what the fate of useful idiots in this whole game, this whole Marxist game that's being played. They're just a pawn. Like the way they abuse people is the way they're being abused. They just don't see it. They think they're they're at the team. They think they're on the club, you know, in the club, that they're going to be part of the great utopia and be rewarded for their loyalty and obedience. Nope. You'll be rewarded with a boot on your head and a bullet in your back.
Who is this woman? Two parents that were committed communists. Who is this woman? And that's not all Judge Joe Brown had to say in the matter of Kamala Harris. Take a look.
And just to be clear for everybody out there, I mean that's what the communists do. They're useful idiots. By no means am I saying anybody here would do something like that.
Listen.
So.
And the birth certificate that she has is interesting because the confusion comes from a mistake.
There you go.
On the birth certificate, it lists the mother's race as Caucasian, national origin India, and religion Hindu. For the father, it does not list national origin. It does not list religion, it does not list anything about that, but where it says race, they put national origin in Jamaica by mistake. Now, if you've ever been to Jamaica and you go over to St. Elizabeth Parish, you see all the high, bright, and white that live in Jamaica. So I've got a good friend retired from law enforcement. He has a white wife, blonde-haired, blue eyes, but she was born in Jamaica. Her parents were born in Jamaica. One's blonde and blue-eyed, the other one's red-haired and gray-eyed. And they happen to be related to the King of England because they are aristocrats in England, but they were born in Jamaica. It's not unusual. You're not black just because you're from Jamaica, and they have a whole lot of white people that never left, and their ancestors owned a lot of slaves. The Maroons went up into the hill country and got themselves free back in the 1840s, but, you know, other than that, it is what it is in Jamaica. So just because you're from that country does not mean you are of the black race. So the problem is why don't you go get your daddy to give you an affidavit that you have a black ancestor? And since the only possible claim you have is through your great-grandmother, who he says was a Hindu house servant that just happens to be swarthy, where'd you get your blackness from? See, you're faking it again.
Hindu house servant is what they are alleging that Iris was. And I am telling you, the fact that I just picked up on that in a vibe in a picture, do not tell me women do not have good gut instincts. I was just like, there's just something about the photo. It just wasn't loving. It felt very much like the help who got close with the kids, but didn't want to be too close to the kids because, you know, you never know when the mom's going to get upset because you're too close to the kids, kind of a kid situation. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? A lot of this stuff is just common sense, but it's just not that common anymore. People are just like, I cannot believe my own eyes. I need to read the media. And CNN says that she's Jamaican. And then people were just confused. Like, they were literally asking the question, she was in Jamaica. How can you say that she's not black? How can you even ask me this question? Like, where is your common sense? If I up and move to Sweden, I get to suddenly say I'm white. What's wrong with you guys? I mean, this is like common sense. Of course, there are white people in Jamaica. There are white people everywhere. There are white people in Africa. Does not make them black. Elon Musk is not a strong black man. As much as I would love for him to be able to say he's a strong black man to really upset the left, that's just not the circumstance. There's no version of reality that we exist in. And so this is fascinating. This is fascinating because this shows you a tremendous character flaw that we are stumbling upon. And a person that will steal an identity, like I said, a true communist trade. This is what they did. They were the best at it. They always took on different names. They took on different identities. They would style themselves differently. You have to remember that there was this influx of people also that were coming in from Russia. So many of the ills that we have in society today is because we received so many immigrants and there was no correct process of filtration to determine which one of these psychos, you know, amongst these people, how many of these people were the absolute psychos that were mass murdering Christians, okay? Mass murdering Christians leading up and after World War II and throwing us into gulags versus people that were actually escaping for freedom. There was no method. There was no method. There was just an open season of people moving around the world. This is what happens at the end of wars. This is why wars are dangerous. This is why you cannot detach war from various refugees crises. And what refugees crises implicate is that people who are bad can slip in through country borders. That is why wars are problematic, and I can't stand the war class that constantly is arguing for more wars, more wars, more wars. We're going to get to that, okay? So by the way, everything he just said makes complete sense if our suspicions are correct, right? Iris Cambridge is Irish. She is. And Oscar Harris is mixed Irish. That would make Donald Harris majority white. So if Kamala has a majority white father and an allegedly fully Indian mother, who I have my suspicions about, but I'm still taking my time to investigate her mother. I know I promised you that would be today, but I just want to dot my I's and cross my T's. Then that would make her indeed Indian Irish, just as Judge Joe Brown recalls. And again, this would be such an easy thing for Donald J. Harris to speak out against. You have two educated people. He'd be like, hey, Judge Joe Brown, what are you talking about? Why are you lying? Do you really think a judge would go on air and say all of those things, risking his reputation, his professional reputation, by just lying boldly? And to what end, by the way? Why would Judge Joe Brown, right? Just, again, common sense. Let's invoke a little bit of common sense here. Why would Judge Joe Brown want to come out and claim that he knew that Donald J. Harris was not Black? Why would he come out and claim that Kamala Harris was not Black? How does that serve anything? He would want her to be Black, right? He would love the idea of the first Black female president. This is sick and this is disturbing. But by the way, just speaking of that genealogy, speaking of the very likely conclusion that she is majority Irish, that Donald J. Harris is majority Irish, it would also explain why the aforementioned Chris Harris, who signed off on Oscar Harris's death certificate as his son, that's him. These people look like Kamala's relatives. This would be Donald J. Harris's brother, who he intentionally chose not to mention in his piece, probably because, we're trying to make everybody think that Kamala is Black. We need the help. We don't need the actual relatives. And this would be an actual relative. That man is extremely light. That man looks like he could be majority white, just as all of the documentation that we have is pointing to. That man would be the son of Iris Harris, who stole that middle initial for whatever reason and became Iris F. Harris on a ship manifest. And speaking of Donald Harris, by the way, I brought this up to you yesterday. What little we can find about him points to the fact that he may have been involved in drama and theater. We were able to confirm him as a student at the Titchfield Secondary School. So that would be like an equivalent to a high school here. This is an article that we found from June of 1955, and you can see highlighted, that Donald Harris is listed under boys under 19. So in 1955, he would have been 17 years old. And you can see that he's listed under a Festival of Arts concert, big event. And then we found another article from 1960, and I think this could be Donald Harris because we haven't been able to find any other Donald Harrises in Jamaica around this time, but he's again in a play. I couldn't read it too close. It looks like it's called Terminus there on the left-hand side. He's playing one of the attendants in the play that has this scene that's at the portal of death. It says that they are performing the last rites and that the play was written by a 20-year-old named Dennis Scott. So what are we to conclude from all of this? The reason why I'm bringing up the fact that he may be in the arts is because this was a focus for a lot of communists, like being able to sell yourself. It is something that I have brought up on the show many times. If you begin to look into the history of a lot of these world leaders who look to me like D-list actors, who behave like D-list actors. Don't even get me started on Zelensky constantly wearing military fatigues because he's trying to sell to us that he just needs more and more money and he's really down in the trenches, while we hear rumors that his wife is on shopping sprees in Paris. Don't get me started on the fact that it is true that Zelensky was an actor, a well-known actor. He played the role, okay? President Zelensky played the role of a president on a TV show before he actually became the president of Ukraine. Are we joking? Are we joking? I have to ask that question. Yes, he was in the arts. There's photos of him dressed up in latex and dancing, and it's all a lot. It's
Well, it made me think about right there. It's like Reagan, back before he had the light bulb went off for him, he changed course and realized what he was getting involved with was an actor too. Right. And he went from being a leftist into being a liberty-minded person on the right. So, there is that lineage of acting. It's strange. It's almost like they're indoctrinating people in the arts, huh?
It's all.
And didn't we hear that last night from J. Michael Waller in the book Big and Tell? How the Trotskyites were going to take on the and get involved in the arts. How about that? Dots are connecting.
A lot, my friends. That's all I'll say about that. You have Justin Trudeau. You have Emmanuel Macron, how he met his husband. He was in the drama. He was in the drama class of Brigitte Macron. And so I just don't like when I start to see people
kids go to acting class,
who I believe are dedicated communists, who I can trace back to a history of theater. Again, we don't have a confirmation that that's definitively him, but I would say all the signs point to yes. And we are continuing to investigate him and his relationship with Shyamala Goblin, because I believe that a lot of these marriages at this time, and again, this is a theory not yet proven, were just arranged marriages to get papers. that they had a goal of getting papers. They had a way of getting papers. Sometimes it was simply to have a child get papers, to have anchor babies that could get papers. Whatever the system was, it appears to me that we should be taking a close look at what was motivating all of these marriages and these marriage announcements.
Yeah, she needs to read the book Big and Tell. I'll tell you that. T-Rex says that, to be fair, Donald Trump and Reagan were both actors. Now, Reagan was an actor. Donald Trump was a billionaire entrepreneur, and he got parts because of his real estate and entrepreneurship fame. He got cameo parts. He wasn't an actor like Reagan. Yeah, everybody gets in the SAG. My old boss was in the SAG. He's in several movies. One day I may be able to tell you guys about that. But anyways, this is my rock and roll boss. Yeah, so it's not the same. You know, it's not quite the same. He wasn't an actor. He was a musician first. So he got the parts because he was friends with Billy Bob, and that's what it was. Right, and other people that were involved in that stuff.
I can't find these marriage certificates, but I can always find a marriage announcement. Even that to me feels somewhat suspicious. So we are definitely going to continue to investigate that. Those are just the updates that I have for you today. We're going to take a pause there. Thank one of our sponsors at the wellness company, because the world is getting more unpredictable each day.
Hold this
Political
on.
insanity, rumors.
And this is a good idea, actually. You should have a medical kit, especially because they're talking about this whole new birdie bird thing. So I wanted to now take us back one episode just to kind of give you the background on the whole mother thing, like who the real mother is. Because this episode right here does a much better job of doing that. This one was about the father, and this one's about the mother. So I want to take you guys back to this, and then we'll go. Let's see right here. Make sure I okay, this is just a video, right? So we skip the intro. Yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. So check these out. And the whole thing about this is she put out a book, right? She put out a book and used these people as her supposed family, right? Well, it turns out what she's actually seems to be doing, right, is taking on the identity of the slaves that they owned. To call herself black. And there's more evidence that she's not than there is that she is. And this is what the investigation's all about. So let's take a look at a little bit more of this.
Old clips that are now surfacing, and it's essentially depicting the Kamala versus Donald Trump discussion pertaining to the Michael Jackson case. Now, I know a lot of you guys are new listeners to the show. We've gained a lot of new listeners over the last week. So
hold on. I'm telling you that the reason why he was on The Apprentice is because he was a real estate mogul, an entrepreneur, and made his money and fame that way. Then he got on talk shows, and he got popular. He put out Trump the Game. All this stuff happened before The Apprentice. The Apprentice was based on his business. And yeah, he was acting in those things, but he didn't start out as an actor, while Reagan did. That's what I'm saying.
In case you are like me and did not remember any details about the Michael Jackson case, all you remembered was the media telling you incessantly that he was a pedophile. I highly recommend that you go back and revisit our episode 55, which we did looking into the Michael Jackson case. It is stunning. Michael Jackson was without question being set up by some very powerful executives because he was fighting for control over Sony. It's completely crazy about how the cases even came about. Literally, the first person who ever made an allegation against Donald Trump was drugged into the allegation by his own father. I'm talking about that crazy, and that his father eventually killed himself. It's nuts. It's nuts. Anyways, at the time that all these accusations were coming up, it was very much the media versus Michael Jackson, because obviously the record execs had a lot of power over the media. They controlled the media at that time. Same story it is today, and why there are certain people who are protected. And so at that time, they were going around asking a lot of powerful people what their opinions were on the Michael Jackson case. And one of those people who was asked was Kamala Harris, then the deputy city attorney in San Francisco. And here's what she had to say.
That could mean life in prison. And cases like this can depend on the testimony of the child accuser.
In general, the child will be able to recall and recollect with some detail the incident, and that is persuasive to a jury, even if it is the only testimony that is available.
Ooh, betting against Michael Jackson, who was eventually acquitted of all charges. But what's really stunning is when you juxtapose this to what Donald Trump said at the time, then just a real estate magnate. Take a listen.
See?
Michael's been a long-time resident of Trump Tower, and last night the Donald strongly reiterated his defense of Jackson with Larry King by going after the accuser's mother.
She's had plenty of experience at going after people, and she goes after them viciously and violently, and I saw a story and I read another story about some of the things she's done, and I don't believe it.
But you know what it's like when an indictment comes down.
It's tough.
It's presumption.
It's tough. It's tough to win. But I have a feeling he's going to win, Larry. The interesting thing is I've known Michael from many different standpoints, and Michael would spend a lot of time with my kids. I have beautiful kids, and at the time, like at Mar-a-Lago, and even in Trump Tower, the kids were very young. Michael would come, play with the kids. He just loved children. He was not a child molester, and I am certain of that. He loved children. He'd play with my son Eric and my son Donald, and he'd just play with them forever. He loved children, but he was not a child molester. And, you know, that whole final saga of Neverland and the police and what they did was, I think, a very, very bad part of Michael's life.
Just incredible. When you really look back on that, it just makes you love Trump even more because he was always standing up to the media complex. And that's really what it was that came down on Michael Jackson. Like I said, the record execs had power and he was fighting them and he was winning against them. He was going to eventually control the Beatles catalog. Next thing you know, he ends up dead. He first gets accused of being a pedophile and his entire legacy is destroyed with accusations that did not win in court. He, like I said, was acquitted. Go back, watch that episode that we did on him and inform yourself on that. But it's incredible to see that. And people are now replaying these clips and are feeling some type of way about Kamala Harris. And I think the majority of people just want to know, who is this woman and who does she work for? Well, we left off on quite a note last weekend, or at the end of last week, rather. We have received a lot of information. You guys have been emailing us incessantly. I know I'm not responding to the emails. I am reading them and going through them. I'm creating this really long timeline. I'm also trying to be careful not to overwhelm you guys with too much information because there's so many moving pieces and they all have so many names. And I've just been carefully organizing things because we have time. We have a little bit of a runway ahead of the election, and I want to make sure that I get it right. So we left off interested in Vioris Cambridge Harris McPherson. Okay. And this is a woman that we believe is Kamala's grandmother, or her mother, really. She looks so much like her. But anyways, her true grandmother, not Beryl, a woman who I believe looks a little too much like Kamala and has been rather conspicuously just left out of the family Jamaican heritage story. So I'm just going to show you the side-by-side of Kamala.
Here we go.
And Vioris. And we then learned, because someone pointed it out to us, that actually Vioris's birth name is Iris. I can't believe I missed this. I produced the birth certificate and obviously did not read it for details. But yes, if you look at her birth certificate again, it actually says in that second column that her birth name is Iris. Now that explains why whoever created her profile on Ancestry.com put Iris in parentheses. On that far side, it says Vioris Anita, and that's her baptismal name. As I've been going through all of these documents, I realized baptismal names are very important, or were at this time, because they then used them and pretended that it was their legal names on other documents. But yeah, so when we see that, and we go, okay, so we now have a grandma Iris. That's very interesting. We know that this woman was born in 1927 in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, and her last name was Cambridge. And I'm wondering, and I'm sure you're wondering, could she be the Miss Iris that Donald refers to so affectionately throughout his piece? He claims in that piece, by the way, that Miss Iris's ancestry is unknown to him, right? He also claims that that Iris that he mentions is his grandmother. So it would be Kamala's great-grandmother and not her grandmother, which I suspect she is. And I'm going to show you the extremely Black woman that we are shown a picture of. A picture that he claims he captured of Kamala sitting on Miss Iris's lap. Now, I have received, by the way, a note from a woman who is in her 70s who swears that she knew this family and that woman there worked for the family. As we work to get in touch with her, she's a bit older. Trust me, I am on it. I've reached out. I'm going to actually place a phone call later on today to try to see if she'll pick up her phone, if she's easier to connect with that way, to get to the bottom of whether or not she really does know this family. She claims that she worked for the family for so long, didn't want to leave, and that is in fact a picture of the help, which would be wild. Absolutely wild if we can get somebody to confirm that. What we do now know for a fact is that Iris Cambridge, so going back to, I'm going to have to start calling them like White Iris and Black Iris, like just because I think it's easier for you guys to know who I'm speaking about. So White Iris,
hey Kay, how you
who
doing?
died in Broward County.
Welcome. Good to see you.
We know for a fact now that she is related to Kamala Harris, and I'm going to tell you how we determine that fact. It is now undeniable. Because when Kamala Harris was effectively handed the torch from Biden after they staged an effective coup back in August, CNN couldn't help themselves and immediately ran an article, instantly reminding the world that Kamala's Black. She's Jamaican. Instantly, let's Blackify her immediately. Here is the article that they ran. And it essentially had a title like about her Jamaican roots or whatever. And embedded in the article, it was a man named Sherman Harris. And he was speaking about his second cousin, Kamala. I'm just going to read this to you. It says, 3.5 years ago, Sherman Harris gathered together a clutch of family and friends at his home on a hilltop here in rural Jamaica to watch his cousin step into history. As Kamala took the oath of office as vice president of the United States, the room erupted in screams and tears, he recalled. Quote, even talking to you now, I feel some sort of tears from my eyes too. You know, Sherman Harris, 59, said in an interview with CNN, it's like tears of joy. So later throughout that article, he claimed that Oscar Harris, that would be Kamala's grandfather, Donald Harris's father, and his father, Newton Harris, were brothers. So that would make Kamala his second cousin. Okay. Now, if my theory is correct, that would mean that he knew White Iris very well, because we know that White Iris and Oscar Harris were married until death did him part, until he died. Well, guess what we found? That same cousin Sherman Harris, who was featured in that CNN piece just from August. We were crawling through Facebook. We found his Facebook page, and he posted a sweet tribute to his aunt Iris, White Iris. It was a Facebook posting of White Iris's obituary. And beneath that obituary posting, he wrote this tribute to her. There it is. You can see the third one down says, Sherman Harris, rip auntie, you're never forgotten. Lasting memories of shared episodes. That is the exact same Sherman Harris pictured in the CNN article. And again, this was posted under the obituary of the Iris Harris that died in Broward County. So this confirms that Iris, the White Iris, is indeed related to Kamala and Donald Harris. If Sherman is telling the truth, this would make Iris her grandmother officially. Kamala Harris must answer for this. She absolutely must answer this. You cannot be posting up pictures of you with a Black woman saying that it's your grandma, okay? You cannot do that. And then come to find out there was another woman who you look much more like, and we have all of the evidence in the world that she is your true grandmother. That is just, it is too wild. It is just too out of pocket. We are going to need answers to that. Because if what Sherman Harris, who was interviewed by CNN, is saying is true, then there is no room here. There's no situation in which Black Beryl, this woman, is her legitimate.
Look, hold on. I gotta stop this for a second. Let's just take a good old look at this. Visiting my paternal grandmother, Beryl, in Jamaica. I don't think so.
Grandmother. Okay.
What happened?
And by the way, I want to say, because keeping up, looking at this Beryl, she in no way favors Donald Harris. Let's get a side by side of Beryl and Donald Harris. Like, what are we even speaking about? If you put this,
there you go. Just take a good look. What happened? I don't think so.
Together, how are you getting Beryl from this woman and Oscar Harris? I don't see it. Now, again, genes can be funny, but then when you put him next to our White Iris, I go, okay.
I mean, come on. Dude. I mean, dude.
Look at those squinty eyes here. I could see a little bit of a similarity here. He does seem to somewhat favor her. Again, now we're just believing our own eyes and asking.
I mean, I'm thinking about the contrast between my father and his mother, and you can see that it's like the same kind of contrast almost. You know, it's like you can see it in the eyes, you can see it in the expressions that they learn. You know, you can see it in the style. I mean, they even have the same kind of glasses. What like then when you know, it's just and the same tone skin. It's
the right questions. What we do know for a fact is that woman on the right, Iris Harris, is related to Kamala Harris, and we
bone
need
structure.
answers. Okay, we need answers. Now, also last week, we left you on a tidbit. We were searching for a Christopher Harris. Do you guys remember that? I'm going to briefly jog your memory here.
See why I'm showing you guys this, right? I mean, she's done some incredible research, and this is the kind of research you got to do when you're doing this. You can't leave any stone unturned. You can't leave any question lingering, right? You have to, and it's tedious work, but you have to dive to the bottom of every single possibility and eliminate those possibilities or confirm them. And I can tell by what they're doing, the amount of work they're showing, the amount of work they put into this. That's what they're doing. They're not taking any shortcuts here.
Christopher Harris was at the time, anonymous person who signed off on Oscar Harris's death certificate. And we were just imagining, okay, we're looking for information on Donald. We know Oscar Harris was married to Iris, Vioris, whatever you want to call her. And I would just imagine that Donald would have been there by his father's side when he died, because when your father dies, you tend to be by their side. Well, I'm going to pull up that death certificate again. This is, again, Oscar Harris's death certificate. And you can see on the bottom there, number 16, if you go right there to the bottom, it says qualification, meaning the person filling this out. The qualification is that he is the son of Oscar Harris. And then it says something about the body being buried, and he signed it off. And we were going, okay, who is this Christopher Harris? Like, this would mean that Donald Harris has a brother. This means that this guy would be definitively be Kamala's uncle. Where is he in the world? While we were able to locate Chris, he was also featured in the Kingston Gleaner. That has given us a lot of information, the newspaper, in an article that was dated back to June 24th, 1983. Announcing the Council of Jamaicans in Ontario, Canada. I'm going to show you a picture.
Good to see you.
Okay. These pictures of these people. That one in the middle is Chris Harris. Presumably, that would be Oscar Harris's son that he had with Iris Vioris Harris. Okay, it says in the bottom there, the newly formed Council of Jamaicans, and it tells you, again, from left to right, that you're looking at a man named Bromley Armstrong, and next to him is Bev Hayden, and that person who looks rather fair-skinned in the middle is Chris Harris.
Cool, man. I hope you hang out with us for the debate.
Off-putting that Donald Harris does not mention
here tonight.
Many of his siblings in his piece about his Jamaican heritage. It seems like he's continually leaving out the white people. That just makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I'd almost say it's racist. Just abandon an entire side of your family. Like, don't you find that quite weird that piece so much focuses on introducing and discussing everyone who's Black, but you leave out your own siblings? We've thus far, by the way, been able to locate 2 other confirmed siblings. So these would be the siblings of Donald Harris, the children of Oscar Harris and Iris, our white Iris Harris, who died in Broward County. He doesn't mention them.
Nope.
Did Kamala have a relationship with them growing up? I don't know. And I want to be clear, we still cannot find much information about Donald Harris himself. We did find some old newspaper clippings of a Donald Harris, which we are working to confirm it's him, that was involved in a lot of plays, in theater, and in drama in Jamaica. And I'm going, okay, well, the piece that I read about him, he was constantly speaking about the farm and the lessons on the farm. It would be wild if he turned out to be another theater kid, because you know that I have had my fill of theater kids and them being put into positions of power, a la President Zelensky, Justin Trudeau, Emmanuel Macron. So I'm really hoping that this is not the right Donald Harris, but again, we're working to confirm it. Still cannot find his birth certificate. I still cannot find really anything else that would make him seem legitimate to me. Like, I can't find Donald Harris, but we are still looking, we are still searching, and we're not going to stop. Now I'm going to take a quick pause here to thank one of our sponsors before we get into this.
All right. Let's see what comes up next here. Some more stuff. Here we go. Yeah.
With Iris. They were our white Iris down in Florida. Alves.
Sorry. Right there. All right.
And some of the guides include Father Mike Schmitz, Jonathan Rumi, who plays Jesus in The Chosen, and Mark Wahlberg, and many others. The only way that we can get through these crazy times is by getting closer to God, and prayer is the best way to do that. So download the Hallow app for 3 months free at hallow.com/Candace. Again, that is hallow.com/Candace. All right, guys. Now, so many of you emailed me about Alves Cambridge. I was familiar with that. Never heard of that name. It's okay. So Alves Cambridge, interestingly enough, is the brother of our white Iris down in Florida, okay? She had a brother named Alves, and they lived near each other in Broward County, and they were extremely close. Many of you guys pointed out to me that I missed in her obituary, and I did miss this. I don't know how I did, but there were so many pictures of her and her family, and so many pictures of Alves and his wife of 68 years with Iris. They were extremely tight-knit. That was all very true. And Alves Cambridge passed away in 2020, and in his obituary, there were some things that were of interest and sent me down various rabbit holes, and I'm still collecting that data. But I want to show you his obituary, particularly the second page of it, okay? So this is his obituary. It goes on and talks about how he, worked 6 days a week, opened a hardware store, and worked in Jamaica through 2 fires that destroyed his business. He persevered and rebuilt to the mantra that you can destroy the tree, but the roots remain untouched. Talked about how him and his wife, Vaughn, loved to travel around the world. Yes, there's a lot of stuff I'd like to speak to you guys about Vaughn, but first I want to introduce Alves because, like I said, there's so much information. It's important to slow it down. Look at this third portion here, okay? Al would want you to know that he was a Freemason and visited many lodges around the world on his travels. He was also president of the Jockey Club for a time. Okay, so this means that when this man passed away, he wanted the world to know. This is, again, Iris's brother Alves that she came over with on a ship. We found the ship logs. I believe it was in 1958. She came over with him on a ship, and they settled in Miami-Dade. And he wanted the world to know after he passed away that he was a Freemason and he visited many lodges around the world. Now, this is a great time for us to pause and discuss Freemasonry because there are so many different elements, cultural elements of this, which I think a lot of Americans have the wrong idea. Either they don't think Freemasonry is real, or they don't believe that Freemasonry is relevant, or they believe that Freemasonry is innocent. And I'm going to speak about all of those things. So first and foremost, what is Freemasonry? Full stop. Okay.
Okay. History lesson on Freemasonry we don't need. Let's see. Is there anything more about this? Okay. All right. So there's the background on the, I mean, I really just wanted you guys to see these pictures, right? This stuff is, I mean, come on. Well, hold on. This one and this one. This one and this one. I mean, smoking gun evidence that Kamala has been lying. This whole thing's a sham. This whole thing is about how they inject race to cause division, right? They inject race to manufacture consent. And this is what it's all about for these people, right? And they're not scared to lie about it. They're not scared to lie about it. The fact of the matter is that Kamala's grandmother died before she was born. But yet here she is standing with her, right? Or she's standing with the help. Let's see. Again, Kamala Micklayer. Can't trust this woman. Can't trust anybody around her. The establishment is corrupt and evil and will do anything to dominate us. There's no reason to ever believe a damn thing coming out of their mouths about anything. And we're going to hear plenty of lies coming up tonight from Tim Walz, who's a globalist beholden to China. There's a lot of evidence coming out right now about his ties to the CCP that precedes his vice presidential nomination. And I doubt it may come up tonight. I don't know. I doubt it. But just to let you know, we are still on countdown for the debate. We still got about 40 minutes or so to go before the fireworks start. How you guys doing out there in the crowd? Lucifer, so good to see you. So good to see so many faces here tonight. I hope you guys, I know you may be busy and there's a lot going on, but I hope you guys will stick with us through the debate. Here you will have a voice. You will not get lost in the shuffle, and I will not be, I tend to let things go as they go. I try to I make sure that you guys can hear the debate. I'm not going to be cracking jokes or doing anything too much. You never know what might happen, but too much. Hey, Outpost Nerd, how you doing? Welcome to the show, my man. All right. See, someone could get Lala's DNA from her trash and use drinking things and blast the results. At this point, if you're going to claim race and make it part of your big spiel, right? I mean, at least Elizabeth Warren took her DNA test. She might have really believed she was Indian for a while. At least she'd set out to Kamala should do the same thing if it's in question. Of course, who you going to trust? I think when they tell you the results, right? It need to be a third party, non-biased, open, transparent situation. It can't be one of their agents doing the work, right? Like, here's Obama's birth certificate. We can totally see it's Photoshop. Not saying that he wasn't born in Hawaii, but they were trying to hide something there. There was a lot of mistakes on that, and we can clearly see that it was a fabricated version of his birth certificate. And I don't know if that was for security reasons or what, but for some reason they put out an obvious fake. Even though I'm not doubting that he was born in Hawaii. But I am saying that I'm pretty certain that his father was Frank Marshall Davis from my early days research on the thing. But anyways, that aside, that their side is they lie. That's what they do. All right, so that's the big burner right there. And I'll be keeping an eye on this, and we'll add this to our collection of stories we're following because I think this is great. I want to throw this up here real quick. This is a short clip. Leaked Zoom call. 9 seconds of a leaked Zoom call that says what they really think behind the scenes. This is really good. Gary Franchi, Next News Network, come on down.
Candidate Elise Larkin dropping a bombshell on the donors. 9 seconds is all it took.
Right now, we have I'm not feeling my best right now about where we are on Kamala Harris in a place like Michigan right now. We have her underwater in our polling.
Underwater in the polling in Michigan, and she needs
underwater. And there's that stupid statue. This should be illegal that they're doing this. They should not be able to do this. If we did this to Kamala and put a naked statue of her out there hanging from a rope, can you imagine? Yet they're getting away with this. This needs to be taken down. These people need to be sued, and they need to be out of business. Yeah. So 9 seconds. They think they're underwater. What do the Michigan polls say? What are they saying today? So when they say in closed meetings that we are underwater, we have her underwater. They're worried about it. I don't feel good about Michigan. They need Michigan to win. They need it to win. Let's see. Does Gary have more to say about this? I cut him off.
She needs to have Michigan. She needs to win it.
Yeah, there you
go. Look at this. This is
okay. We don't need to look at that. I'm not going to give that. That's bullshit. And that makes that's demoralization. This statue being put up here like this is demoralization. This is meant to demoralize us, to enrage us, to emotionally trigger us. This is what it is, and this is freaking pathetic. And these people should be sued into oblivion. Whoever did this, they should face severe punishment for doing this. This is absurd. It's obscene. And it's disrespectful to one of our presidents. And can you imagine anybody doing this with Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Barack Obama or any of those corrupt establishment puppets that are out there subverting and destroying our country? That they wouldn't be getting away with it. They would be canceled, and everything would go downhill for them really fast. So yeah, not cool at all. But we're gonna ignore that because we know what it's about. Okay, this one is really good. Let me see if I got. Okay, yeah. This one is good, and hopefully it'll take us closer to see in Michigan. That's big for Trump if the Dems are scared like that in a state like Michigan. Yeah, I agree. They are using the 1A excuse for that statue. Are they using the 1A excuse? I don't know, but it's obscene, and I don't know that you're allowed to put a giant a giant. It's called let's see, what's called crooked and it's some kind of display, artistic display. They're saying called crooked and obscene. And but that's again slander. It's defamation. It's defamation. It's defamation of a brand. I mean, literally, it's defamation of a president. They should be face severe consequences. This should not be allowed. They can go out and try to do it, and then they can face the punishment for doing it. Whereas, you know, that's not really acceptable because you're targeting somebody. It's harassment, right? And to do nudity like that is, you know, I guess somebody could say it's pornographic, right? It's very uncool, very uncool. And of course we know it's being done by very uncool people. So, this I found fascinating. This I found very fascinating. Let's see. This is coming from Mafia Captain Michael Franchese. Franchese. God, someone tell me how to say his name. Anyways, Franchese. I'll hear it in the video. Frances. There we go. All right. Pelosi family were mobsters, say former Mafia Captain Michael Frances. And the reason why I want you guys to see this is because some of the other things he says in this very short kind of interview here. It's just a very short piece, but it's very telling about, like, you know, how things would be handled today if the mafia was still kind of like out there, but also that, you know, confirming ties to Pelosi and a crooked establishment person involved in the elections, very much involved in the slander of Donald Trump, and very much involved in trying to keep the establishment in power. So let's take a look at this. I think you guys would find it very interesting. So I want you guys to see it. Let's see what you say. What statue? Oh, the statue, the big giant hanging naked Trump out in Las Vegas. What's it say? Glad you don't clickbait like We Are Change and how they promise Alex Jones, but there is no Alex to be found. Yeah. I'm not that that's not what we do here. That's not what we do here. No clickbait. If I clickbait something, it's a joke and everybody knows it. I usually say that for Saturday nights. I put something that's not clickbait but looks like clickbait out there. That's my take on that, right? Yeah, looked at we were just talking. You can rewind a little bit and see the statue if you want to, Thomas. See, Whitler tried to pull another fast one. Executive order assigning the VA and the SBA to be able to register people to vote. State constitution says only the Congress can do that. Yeah, Whitmer is complete garbage, and she's evil incarnated. And I hope that I don't know why she's still in office, but I hope that they get her out as soon as possible. All right, here we go.
If you could break down how Pelosi is a mob type figure for us.
Well, listen, Pelosi's father was mobbed up in Boston, no question about it, 100%. There's no, you know, I mean, the evidence is strong there. That's how he stayed in office, became the mayor, the whole bit. I mean, it was his connections. So Pelosi was around Nancy at that time, and she learned from that. She grew up in it. She lived that part of it. And you can see it in her mannerisms and the way she acts. And look, Nancy Pelosi has made hundreds of millions of dollars by insider trading. Something that you or we go to jail for, and everybody else. She squashed bills that Congress tried to put forth to stop insider trading among Congress and the family. She's the one that squashed it because she made hundreds of millions of dollars. She made her husband wealthy. And of course, you know, in 2020 or 2022, their trades beat the S&P by 15%, making them the most brilliant traders, stock traders in the country, maybe in the world.
Wow.
Now, is that luck? Of course not.
I doubt it.
You know, they got one trick they do too. So a lot of people think they've got insider access, classified information. They know it's coming, so they make those trades. They do something else. They will introduce a bill that they know will fail.
Exactly.
But it'll go in the press. New bill to ban this product. And they've already put the shorts on it. The bill hits the news. Stock tanks. They get their gains from the shorts. Then they say, bill was killed.
Yep.
Prices go back up.
Yeah, Michael's got a great example in your book in Mafia Democracy about how all these politicians were saying in the news, it's going to be fine during COVID and lockdowns. Meanwhile, they're doing, insider trading. making all this money because they see what's coming down the pike.
100%. You know what gets me? You take a Pelosi, the woman is 80-something years old. She's made hundreds of millions of dollars. Don't you want to go home and be with your husband and your kids and your grandkids? No. She wants to stay in power until she's gone, until it's over for her.
Right.
They can't give it up.
I mean, that's so many of them. I mean, all these people.
Joe Biden.
Absolutely. I mean, remember Feinstein? They had to put her in a wheelchair. She wouldn't give it up, But
was it like that in the family? Did you have people who are really old and just didn't want to back down?
No. When guys knew the time was up, they left.
Costello retired, right?
Costello retired
after almost getting shot, which through the kind of like a Trump situation, right? It was great.
Absolutely.
He raised his head, and
he was blessed big time because he was coming out of an elevator,
right?
Point blank.
It's crazy.
And he went down, so Chin thought he was dead,
right?
But he survived.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny that the stories are always just so negative. Oh, the mafia these days were so bad, and now we're talking about how awful the current government is and how corrupt and evil and busted the DOJ is. And it's like, man, can we go back to when it was bad? Because this is really
the
bad.
old mafia to take care of the new mafia. Return the RICO charges against the politicians. How can we make?
Okay, let me take, because this is a pet peeve of mine. Joe Biden, probably the worst president ever, certainly in my lifetime, no question about it. But I will tell you this: the information that they have against him with respect to his influence peddling as vice president through his son and his brother, okay, between the suspicious bank accounts, the $27 million plus that went into 18 or 21 shell companies. These shell companies did nothing, okay, but exist to collect money. There was no brick and mortar. They had no service, nothing. They did nothing. How do I know this? I had 18 shell companies when I was defrauding the government out of tax on every gallon of gasoline. All we did was use those companies to set up a bank account to collect the money. They did nothing else. They had that. They have all that information on the laptop that they said was false, and then they used it as evidence against his son in trial. The same Justice Department that said it was phony at one time used it to prosecute his son. They've got whistleblowers. They've got text messages. They've got emails. This is a racketeering indictment, 1,000%. I know that statute. Now, whether he's innocent or guilty, prove it at trial, but he should have been indicted 100%. And I believe until this moment that Hunter Biden took a plea because all this stuff would have came out at that trial and it would have buried Joe Biden.
Wow.
So he takes a plea. Joe Biden is a pathological liar. He's going to either commute his sentence or he's going to pardon him. There's no doubt about it. That's the fix. It's in already. And these people get away with this stuff. He's treasonous. He sold out America.
Do you think Biden's always been that way?
Yep. Yes.
He's always been like a
100%.
plagiarist liar, right?
He's pathological. The guy makes up stories out of it. There's something mentally wrong with him.
Yeah.
That was
I
his
agree.
80s
Very
presidential
much so.
campaign where what did he do? He plagiarized an Irish politician's speech.
Yeah, I mean, there's many times he plagiarized
He's been
other
doing
people's
it his
speeches.
whole career.
Yeah, it's wild.
His whole career. And look, who sums it up? Barack Obama. Never underestimate Joe's ability to F things up. He said it. He said it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it must be wild. Like it's funny that this all comes back to politics, but it sounds to me like the real issue may be a loss of competition between crime families. That when you've got the mobsters at their height of their power and the government, it's effectively two mobs going at each other, playing this game, cat and mouse. Now there's just one unchecked, can do whatever it wants.
Yeah.
And it, when I look at these people, I describe them as, we're on the Titanic, we hit the iceberg. They saw it happen. And instead of announcing it to the ship, they're running around taking as many valuables as they can and rushing for the lifeboats.
Yeah.
So all this crime running rampant through our cities, the human waste, the homelessness, the poverty, everything that's causing this decay. And they say it's not happening. Everybody shut your eyes, go back to bed. Meanwhile, those of us who are paying attention, we're watching Joe Biden run off with the silverware.
Mm-hmm.
And they're telling us, no, it's fine. Nothing's going on. And no one's going to stop him either because the DOJ, it works for him. He's not the boss, but he's one of them. So that's just it. We sit back and we watch them do all these things. I don't know. I don't know where we go from there. Huh?
And Tim, I have to say this. People sometimes, you're getting into too many political issues. This is not politics. When you have people coming over the border that are swarming into your neighborhood and creating havoc and crime on taxpayer dollars, okay, when you have inflation the way it is, when you have all of this stuff going on, these are issues that are affecting our life. Unfortunately, it's politics that control these issues. But I try to make people aware of the issues, and you can't let this happen again for another 4 years. I say this too. You can't trust these people. They've lied to us about Biden. They lie to us continuously every single day. They don't even care. They lie on video. It doesn't even matter anymore. If you have a friend or a companion, a partner, he lies to you once. All right, stuff happens. Second time, you start to get a little unnerved about it. Third, fourth, fifth time, hey, I'm done. It's over. So when these people are lying to you consistently, how could you trust them for another 3 or 4 years after the destruction that they've caused and the dishonesty that they bring forward? And that's my whole thing. I do not think. I know we're getting into politics.
Let me answer this for you. They believe it because they are under information-based mind control. They're boxed into a narrative. They can't see the light of day for the cage that they're locked in. They think they're perfectly free making their own decisions. That's why. And that's what we try to expose and fight all the time here, guys, all the time. They're constantly talking about it because it's the most important thing. It's a root cause issue.
I don't think America is going to survive another 4 years of this administration.
I think we all agree.
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
How do you think
They're
the mafia or the families that you...
And we're not, because right on the tail end of this election is the realization of Agenda 2030. And I'm going to show you something after this video right here that I saved off of X from President Biden himself. I said president, former Vice President Biden himself. That proves exactly what we were just talking about the other day about the 30 acres for by 2030. Or I think that's what it means. Yeah, we'll check it out. But it's the Agenda 2030 plan to seize all the lands, right, and to put them under globalist rule, if you will.
You knew from the 70s, 80s would have dealt with the collapsing border crisis now, because fentanyl is coming over. And you said your family wasn't dealing with drugs, but others were. Would they have use that and be happy about the border failing because they could get access to the drugs easier?
No.
Then it would be hurting their neighborhoods, right?
We wouldn't have any crime in our neighborhood. Absolutely not. If we had to shoot people, we would have done it.
Right.
Nobody's going to come into our neighborhood. Look, I grew up, we never locked our doors. We never shut our windows. If my sisters would come home 12, 1 o'clock at night, if they were walking alone, guys would walk aside them and bring them home. There was no crime in our neighborhoods, and we would not allow it. And if we had to go to war with those committing it, they'd know that, here's the border, don't come here.
Right.
Look, what's going on today is just, I never thought I'd ever witness this in my lifetime. I mean it. And they made us to be demons and devils. And listen, I go out to Vegas. People say, Michael, can you guys come back and run this town for us again? I'm not kidding. And it was so much better when we ran it.
Yeah.
I watched Casino, and I love Vegas. I'm not going to go there. I go there. I think I've been there like 3 times in the past decade or whatever. But watching that movie, they sure do make you love what Vegas used to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so. I started going there in the late 70s.
Don't cheat.
It was so wide open. It was just great.
When they bring the guys in the back who are cheating and they deal with it, I'm not going to pretend like these are good things, but there's something about where we are today with a lack of any kind of accountability or justice for criminals, where you watch a movie like that and you're like, the cheaters got caught, they messed them up a little bit and threw them out and said, don't come back or else. And it's like, it's sad to say, because again, I'm not saying that we should have a system like that, but some accountability, it feels like, would be better than what's going on now. And that's kind of terrifying. You watch these videos of these people going, there was during the riots, small family shop gets ransacked by just a roving band and no accountability, no arrest, nothing happens. You hear these stories now in Jersey, for instance. When I lived there, someone tried to break in, the cops told me, a lawyer told me this, if you defended yourself with a firearm, you'd be in prison. Someone can break in your house with the intent to kill you and you can't do anything to protect yourself. And then you look back at these old movies, which I'm sure kind of gloss over the nastier elements, sure. But at least the idea of your neighborhood's going to be safe, you can leave your door unlocked. And, as long as you're not being disrespectful or causing problems, then you were good. It's kind of terrifying to say it again. That's better than what we're seeing now in these cities.
Yep, it's true, Tim. Tim's just going to go off here for a little while. So we'll end it there. I got breaking news coming up. But first, I need to do something I forgot to do. Here it is.
Affliction and hardship awaits those who resist. First of all, I don't pay property tax.
T-Rex Truck and more. Thanks for the $5 super chat from like a long time ago, from 740, almost an hour ago. Okay, I know this is misspelled. So I saw the correction, but we were just in the middle of something there, so I couldn't stop. So I'm going to read it right. Donald J. Trump still holding strong as the only president and presidential candidate who hasn't held slaves in his family lineage. There you go. Has not. Yes. I know that's what you meant, buddy. All right. Back at it. We got breaking news from Gary Franchi just coming out 9 minutes ago. We'll see how this works out. Let's go.
Tonight, we are in for a showdown that could shape the future of our nation. J.D. Vance, the patriot who puts America first, faces off against Tim Walz, the man who let Minneapolis burn in 2020. But make no mistake, this is not just a debate. It's a fight against the entire corrupt system. The mainstream media is already sharpening their knives, ready to coddle Walz while trying to trip up Vance. But Vance is ready. He's not just debating Walz, he's taking on the establishment itself. And as we watch Vance and Walz debate, it's clear that appearance matters in politics. But countless Americans waste time and money trying to look younger, missing the real problem: decreasing collagen reserves. After 20, your body produces 12% less collagen each decade.
Good
has
product,
just posted
product.
an epic video guarantee and free shipping. Look as sharp as Vance at the debate stage. All right. Okay. Donald Trump has just posted an epic video ahead of this debate. It's going viral across the internet. Shall we watch it together? Let's.
Why not?
A lot of people feel like the American dream is further and further away. That if you work hard and play by the rules, it's a little bit harder to get ahead. It's a little bit harder to support a family, a little bit harder to buy a home. The world I grew up in was one where I think for the first time really in American history, my parents' generation did not expect their children to necessarily have a better life than they did. And you saw that in all kinds of different ways. But there was this sense growing up in Middletown in the 1990s that a lot of people didn't expect the future to be better than the past. And that's a really unique and a really tragic thing. The jobs started to disappear from that community. Drugs started to move in. Hopelessness started to move in. And so a lot of people who really knew that the future would be better than the past actually found a world that was a lot more difficult and a lot more challenging. I wrote Hillbilly Elegy because I wanted to give people a sense of what it was like to live in a community like mine. I didn't think a whole lot of stories were told about white working class Americans. I didn't think a lot of stories were told about people who were struggling with some of the problems we were struggling with: joblessness, drug addiction, and so forth. And I thought that I could tell a story that would make people understand my family a little bit better, and maybe in the process, understand the struggles of a lot of families. I come from the places that I want to represent. And what we need is to stop sending people that are of the DC swamp. We need to send people who are of the places they aim to represent. I want to fight for the people that I come from.
The American media has been laundering foreign disinformation. It is disgusting. Instead of talking about the crises in our country, they try to silence the people who are experiencing it. Who do you want answering the phone? Do you want a person who hides from the friendly American media? Or do you want a person who takes a bullet to the head and stands up and says, fight, fight, fight? Kamala Harris ought to have respect enough for your own people to enforce their border laws and listen to them. Listen to them when they complain about it. Don't pretend they're bad people. We're not bad people for loving this country. You're a bad person for doing this to the country in the first place.
That's right. That is right.
Now, that was beautiful. Lots of commentary coming out tonight. Something to keep in mind for the debate, though.
Here you go.
The whistleblower has informed GOP oversight about U.S. intelligence uncovering verified links between the CCP and vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. Will Vance bring that up tonight? That he is under investigation. Steve Cortez, 6 hours ago. J.D. Vance is going to destroy Tim Walz in the VP debate tonight. Kamala is worried. Listen to
defunding the police is a guy who's proposed shipping more manufacturing jobs to China, who wants to make the American people more reliant on garbage energy instead of good American energy, and has proposed defunding the police just as Kamala Harris does. I think it's interesting, actually. They make an interesting tag team because, of course, Tim Walz allowed rioters to burn down Minneapolis in the summer of 2020, and then the few who got caught, Kamala Harris helped bail them out of jail. So it is more instructive for what it says about Kamala Harris that she doesn't care about the border, she doesn't care about crime, she doesn't care about American energy, and most importantly, she doesn't care about the Americans who have been made to suffer under those policies. No,
they don't care. They want the destruction of this country. Oh, listen to this. Some newly uncovered audio of Tim Walz. This is what he thinks about flyover country, red state.
And by the way, we got lots of people over there in Rumble 23 watching. Please hit the thumbs up for me because that helps us get out in the Rumble algorithm. We want to be out there because the debate's going to be starting here in about 15 minutes, and we're going to be covering it. And I hope you guys will stick with us and follow the channel and hang out. Man, you found a good place to be. If you chat, I'll probably put it up on the screen as long as it's good stuff. But everybody here is good stuff. So if you're really enjoying the coverage, I got a lot of content, man. Please give a thumbs up, give a follow, give me a chance. I think you'll really dig it. All right, let's get back to this.
States.
You see those maps. You see those maps. Red and blue, and there's all that red across there, and Democrats go into depression over it. It's mostly rocks and cows that are in that red area.
Rocks and cows. That's what he thinks about you guys. All you red state folks, just rocks and cows. JD Vance
There
won't
you
just
go.
be debating Tim Walz tonight. Here's Nora O'Donnell, who blames Trump for attempts on his life. Get ready for another 3-on-1 debate tonight.
Donald Trump is
That's what I
blaming
was
Democrats
thinking.
for inflaming political rhetoric, but the former president's own words seem to be increasing the threat of political violence in Springfield, Ohio. That's
Oh,
where
there it is. There it is. More subversion, more lies. We all know those bomb threats came from overseas. Someone trying to stir things up, and they did because they know how to make the puppet establishment media react.
false and ugly accusation against Haitians, thousands of whom are legal permanent residents, is
No.
impacting everyday life.
Not in Springfield. They're not legal permanent. They're not legal permanent. They're again another lie. That's just why I don't have to debunk the establishment media like I do other things, because their shit's so blatant. It's so blatant.
CBS's Nicole Killian reports on the growing.
Yeah, get ready for them to bring up the dogs and cats thing. That's going to
Yep.
come up tonight.
Yep.
Mark my words.
Where's the thing about the
Here's
fact
Tim Walz admitting he supports single-payer government-run Medicare for all. Donald Trump Jr. just posted this.
Push to put.
Wear
Are you for
a
single
mask,
payer?
people.
I think that's
Wear
probably
a
the
mask.
path where we end up.
I'm not sure what your answer was. Are you for single payer health?
Yes, that was the answer I just gave you. But
You
the
said you
issue
think
on
we're
this
going to
is-
go there, but are you for it? Are you going to push to put?
Yes,
to get us there?
I'm for not paying twice as much as any other industrialized nation, getting half for it. I'm making sure that the 14
Yeah, I
top
agree.
nations that get
I
the
agree.
best
Well,
returns
it's
at the
been
least cost.
The investigation's been going on since before he was vice president. So, you know, I get it. I don't like the whole like let's go by what the whistleblower says thing, but it came from an official source. So I don't know. I've only glanced at it. So I really, I believe if he brings it up, he better be solid on it. That's all I can say.
End up making sure that you cut out that piece of the simply payer, keeping getting between people and their doctors.
Are you
Oh,
for
he's
government
great. He's
gets
great at
dead.
word salads too. Isn't
What
he
would the
great?
government get between them?
The reporter asked Vance how he's preparing for that debate.
Well, I'd like to know how you were prepping for a debate with Tim Walz, who has described himself as a bad debater. Who's helping you, and how are you prepping?
Well, I found a good friend from back home who embellishes and lies a lot, and I'm having him stand in for Tim Walz. That's what we're doing during our debate. But look, what all kidding aside, what we're going to do is we're going to focus a lot on policy, right? The way that I'm trying to prepare is to try to make sure that we're prepared to answer the American people's questions on how we're going to make their lives better, how we're going to make their communities safer, how we're going to bring back prosperity and low prices to the American economy.
I'd like to know how you were prepping.
Vivek training right there. Vivek training.
Oh boy, it's going to be a great show tonight.
Vivek, really good friends. So
Trump senior advisor Corey Lewandowski on Tim Walz. This is 6 hours ago.
To the issue of abortion that allows women. He has extreme values. That's the problem. He's an extreme leftist. We saw what he did during the riots in Minnesota. We saw what he has done when it comes to the issue of abortion, signing a bill that allows women to have abortion in the 9th month. That's an extreme position that is outside the realm of the mainstream, and that'll be on display tonight.
Oh yeah. Larry O'Donnell.
yeah, I bet you he defends it with a lot of the bullshit that's going around about women bleeding out and dying and from the new state abortion laws, right? And like we debunked here about the Amber Thurman thing in Georgia, that it was actually the Biden-Harris policies that caused that woman to die as a result of a chemical abortion that she had, right? And the lack of follow-up, the lack of procedure, all things that were cut out of the process by the Biden-Harris administration, had nothing to do with Donald Trump. They're trying to blame it on him. Had nothing to do with him.
18 hours ago, some random Kamala intern are crying because CBS moderators won't be doing one-sided fact-checking.
Any fact. So what was your personal reaction when you heard that CBS News is forbidding the moderators of tomorrow night's debate from doing any fact checking?
Well, look, unfortunately, CBS is in a tough spot because if they allowed that, it would mean that their moderators were fact checking all night, given JD Vance and the lies that he's going to spew on stage. But what I will say is that it's unfortunate that we have to have conversations like this because of the type of lying and discord that Donald Trump and JD Vance bring to our political system. But I think that Governor Walz is going to be prepared not only to hold JD Vance accountable for the lies that he continues to spew while he is doubling down on Donald Trump's divisive agenda. He is also going to be prepared to talk about his vision for this country alongside Vice President Harris, ushering a new way forward that all Americans can not just get by, but to get ahead. And so Governor Walz will be ready.
So, for example, if JD Vance were simply to say, we have a plan for healthcare, that is actually a lie. And according to Donald Trump, it's a lie. Donald Trump said in the last debate, he said they have a concept of a plan, which of course we have no idea what that is.
Well, look, I think that what Governor Walz is going to be prepared to say, and what Governor Walz likely will say, is that, look, they've been telling us what they're going to do when it comes to healthcare. And today our campaign put out exactly what that means.
So I just want to start off by saying that I've never.
Tim Walz thinks you're just rocks and cows. He wants single payer government run Medicare for all. Trump releasing this beautiful video today. Oh, here's Trump's senior advisor, Danielle Alva, about JD going to hit a home run on.
Okay, I believe you. I believe you. I want to show you guys something before we have to go switch over to the debate. As I promised, where's my bookmarks? There we go. 2030. Nope, that's not it. It's what? Bookmarks 2024. Hold on, I'm going to find it. I think I just put it under bookmarks, period. All bookmarks. Oh, here we go. This is it right here. Check this out. Share this out. Boom. Let me roll it in. See it nice and clear. I remember I was talking about Agenda 2030 and what they have planned and why this election, like when they were talking about how we don't think the country's going to make it another 4 years. I was like, yeah, because there's just this thing called Agenda 2030 on the tail end of this election. And they're going to, if they get the establishment keeps power, they're going to push fast and hard. Things will change so fundamentally within the next 6 years, you barely be able to recognize the country, including how you're living, including what you're doing. And it'll be the onset, the on-ramp to true dystopia. But look at this right here. On my first day as your president, America rejoined the Paris Agreement. This is completely eroding our sovereignty right here and costing us billions of dollars to be involved in that scam. Since then, our administration has protected 42 million acres. It's 30 million by 30. We're at the 42 already, right? And Glenn Beck was talking about this the other night. We covered that. We use his content to cover the globalist agenda. He's doing a fantastic job right now. He's totally won my respect back. And so I just want to show you that in his own words, he's still doing the work. He's still doing the Agenda 2030 work. And it's been going on the entire time here since the first day he rejoined. This is what they've done since. That's 4 years, almost 4 years worth of work right there to quote unquote protect 42 million acres of land, water. Announced 330 clean energy jobs, 330,000 clean energy jobs, and made the single largest investment in climate action in the history of our planet. That basically is handing money over to the UN, laundering money through these organizations. We do need to make sure we're not polluting, but do we see a lack of pollution in the major cities there, where these sanctuary cities where there's just trash littered everywhere and it's disgusting? Or how about San Francisco where there's shit everywhere? So yeah, you're really doing a great job here. But no, this is what they're talking about. This is the cover. The cover is climate agenda, right? The cover is climate agenda for 2030. And this protected land, we ain't getting that back unless we take the government back. That's the thing. That's what they're doing, right? So right in front of your eyes, sometimes people just don't see it, but they put it right. They tell you what they're doing. And that's what they mean by this election is the most important one ever, because at the time we're running out of time. We're running out of time. Let's see. Speaking of running out of time, we got about 8 minutes to go to the vice presidential debate. You guys excited? Hopefully you guys will all be here for that. We're gonna have a great time over there on Rumble, man. Guys, hit that thumbs up. Get us out in the algorithm, man. Let's have a great, awesome night. We still only got 3 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thumb it up. Thumb it up. Thumb it up. All right. Any last minute things here? Any last minute things? Let me see. Let's check in on what they're doing here on CBS. This is a bunch of propaganda, man. That's why I don't have the CBS stuff up until they start, because I don't want to subject you guys to their propaganda. We see enough of it, right? Oh, actually, we don't. If you're lucky in your base, you don't see any of it. Ooh. little skippy over there. Let's have a backup stream ready. Backup stream because okay, looking a little better now. I refreshed it. I'm just gonna close that chat out since they're not letting people chat there. Yeah, Crowder and them are sitting around talking. You know, the Crowder is like, it's like if you want to not be able to hear the debate, you go to places like that. I like Crowder though, but I'm just saying that, you know, they make it really hard to watch, and they say, hey, we're not gonna, you know, if you want to watch the debate, go somewhere else. We're just gonna be clowning over it. I don't think we need to clown over this. I think we need to listen to it and enjoy the fireworks and the fun. And that's coming up very shortly. We are almost we're 6 minutes away, and I got it all queued up. So don't you worry. We're gonna start right on time. Let's see, got that done. Yeah, and then afterwards we'll be going in and checking in on Megyn Kelly and others for the post-debate remarks. All right. Yes, we got that all ready too. We're good to go, guys. This is the last, I guess, the last debate we're going to see for this run. I hope it's not the last debate ever, man. I tell you what, it's going to be important. I'm excited. I'm excited for JD, you know, a guy who has been through a lot in his life to make it all the way to this point. I'm excited for him to have this opportunity to go out there and show what determination, hard work, and good choices can lead anyone to in this country. He does personify in a lot of ways the American dream. You know, that from humble beginnings, so like from poverty, that anybody who makes the right choices, who resists the immorality in the world, and can make it. And for those who are parents, you know, or grandparents, make a difference in your kids' lives. Keep them on the straight and narrow, and understand they're going to make mistakes. Understand they're going to go through phases and trials and tribulations, but you know, never give up on them. Never stop teaching them the right way to do things. Inspire them. You never know when all that hard work is going to come into fruition for them. Right. You didn't even know there was a vice presidential debate. Yeah, it snuck up on us. Yep. It snuck up on us. I'm going to go ahead and get the screen ready and put it on screen so people know that we are doing it. Yeah. Yep. Okay, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay, boom. Share and stage.
And violence. 90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti.
See,
But with an unbreakable.
See that they're just it's just propaganda. Go down there and we'll just wait until you stop propagandizing people. They don't want to hear your bullshit, mainstream media. You're not listening to that. All right, guys. Hey, where are you guys at? Let's talk. Get out there in the chat and say something. Say hello. Let me know you're there. I know Wolfram's there. Boom. There he is. Ellie's there. Let's go. Thomas is out there. Memento Mori is out there. Let's go. Outpost Nerd, you there? Shelly's doing some stuff, doing things and stuff before we get started here. Lexi out there. Let's say hello. Let's get excited. I'm excited for this debate. Maybe more. And there's Heidi. Oh, just in time to slide in sideways, and she's got it. She rounds home and she is here. Rounds home to home. All right, let's see what they're saying
positive
here.
side where and when he can. Very different calculations, very different risk factors for the two.
And Bob, even if you're Bob Dole, who had a bad night in 1976, he was the nominee 20 years later for the Republican Party. So you can even rescue yourself from a bad night. What are your final thoughts on tonight?
Everybody in the press, when we're in the press galleries on the campaign planes, they talk about these vice presidential debates as low impact, but they really are high stakes. Everybody watching tonight knows one of these two men.
I feel like this reception isn't optimal.
The country is going to take a temperature.
I'm gonna put it on the big screen here, guys.
On
Don't listen to these guys, but just kind of watch it.
Who might lead the country? And one of them might be leading the country should a crisis happen, a heartbeat away from the presidency. We live in a time of assassination attempts on the Republican nominee, of political violence, and of aging politicians. So it's no question that one day one of these people could be president. We hope all people live healthy lives and serve full terms, but you never know in American history. That's what the history always tells us.
Okay, yeah, the history tells us history, and at least when it's real history, not admitted history.
It is because the handling of natural disasters is often a proxy for voters of competence. They look at how you handle something like that, and they say this person is capable of handling big, important things. And that's why President Biden tomorrow is
Here we
heading to
go.
North Carolina and South Carolina and Florida and Georgia.
Handshakes.
And here we see the vice presidential candidates there. Tim Walz standing a lone man behind his lectern. Ed,
We're almost
give
there,
us your
guys.
last thoughts as we watch here as JD
How's the
Vance
volume?
is off in the wings for the moment. Oh, there he is.
It's performance,
Hey,
performance,
Mimsy.
performance. That seems obvious.
Go.
There's no faux pause, and they're looking for a viral moment. That's what
That's
they'll be
right,
looking
Wolfram.
for tonight.
No handshake.
They did. They already shook
Handshake, and,
hands.
there you have
They already-
Governor Walz appears to be taking some notes. JD Vance doing the same as our colleagues.
And then you're shaking hands.
Indy, what's up? Everybody's ready.
That's right.
They did shake
Well,
hands.
we have the vice
Weirdo.
presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and
Countdown's on.
Ohio Senator JD Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz take the stage. Well, they've taken the stage. So
I would rather
stick
see
with
like
us
that
here and join
MMA
us
fight
also
between
on
them.
our
That would
streaming
be
channel,
better.
CBS News 24/7, for exclusive content you won't see anywhere else. Thank you for joining us.
Let's go. Lex. All right. Everybody's coming rolling in. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for being here, man. It wouldn't be the same without you. There it goes. Shelly and Ellie. Shelly, Ellie, Lex, Wolfram, Indy, Mimsy, Outpost. Roll call. Everybody's rolling in. Let's do it. If you're out there in Rumble, man, please, please, please hit the thumbs up, man. Follow. Let's be friends. So we got a new follower.
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and
Let's
only
be
meeting
friends.
between the two men.
The real
who
David
become
Adams.
Vice
Welcome.
President
Thank you
of the
so
United
much, man.
States.
Welcome.
Democratic
Come in and say
Governor
hi.
Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator JD Vance of
If you so
Ohio.
care to.
Now, this is
If not,
likely
no,
the
I very
final
much appreciate
debate
you
of this
following us.
election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states.
Appreciate your support.
CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Thank you so much for the gift of memberships.
We're going to take this country back.
Thank you so much.
ready to continue to build the future together.
Let's go.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
There he is. Hey, man, what's going on? He's got the mop, right, Dave? Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely, David.
This is a CBS
Everybody say
News
hi to the
special,
real David Adams.
live from CBS News
Welcome him
headquarters
in.
New
Welcome
York.
him in.
America decides. The vice
on
presidential
Rumble.
debate.
Good
All right.
evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world.
We'll do it
we
like
have
this
a
until they
consequential night
actually
ahead,
talk.
and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the
Sure.
candidates.
Let's go.
Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator JD Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate,
Get
these
it
are the
together,
rules
guys.
that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage
Sure.
is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change?
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child. And it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people. Our prayers go out to them. And we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true.
Nice.
Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors, as we work
Make something
together on these
quick.
emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen.
Oh, stop it.
Senator Vance has said that there's
Bullshit.
a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called
Oh
it
my
a
God.
hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But
been
what they're
alive
doing is
500 years?
adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters?
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The
giant
governor mentioned
robot,
that
maybe, that'll
President
fight the
Trump has
hurricane.
called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
It is.
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil, but the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want.
Donald Trump
we can
paid
be
for his own
smarter
campaign.
about that. And an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
It's always paid for.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally
Would you
and separate
deport their
them from
pets?
any of their children who were born on U.S. soil?
They haven't eaten them.
You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what? I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Me too, Indy.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids
for 4
as
years.
drug
Sure
mules,
did.
among other things?
Sure did.
Children.
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the
Oh, it's
fentanyl, 'cause
not
this
true,
is a
huh?
crisis of this, the opioid crisis.
How do you
and the
know?
good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go
Prove
back to
facts.
this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by
It was crap,
conservative
all right.
senator from Oklahoma, James Langford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done.
He's a
Democrats and
neocon.
Republicans
Of course
worked
they
on
are.
this piece of legislation. The Border
You're right.
Patrol said, this is what
Love
we
'em.
need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber
Yeah,
of Commerce and the Wall
we need
Street Journal said,
1,500 more people
pass
to
this
help
thing. Kamala Harris
bring 'em
helped
in.
get there. 1,500 new border agents.
See?
Detection for drugs.
thank
DOJ
you,
money
Andy.
to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and
No, it's
actually
not what
tackle
America
this,
wants.
Donald Trump said no. Told
Donald
them
Trump
to vote
is not in
against it
office.
because it gives him a campaign issue.
No,
It
Donald
gives him
Trump
the-
is not in
what would
office.
Donald Trump talk about if
We
we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done
What,
by the
give
legislature. You can't
amnesty
just
to
do
people?
this through the executive branch. So
Hire more
look,
people,
we
let 'em
have the
in?
options to do this. Donald Trump had 4
You're
years.
full of shit,
He had
dude.
4 years to do this. And he
You had
promised
4 years to get it
America how
right.
easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and
He
Mexico
did.
will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built.
Who
And Mexico
cares?
didn't pay
He
a
built the
dime.
wall.
But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator,
4 years after Trump has
dehumanizing
been in.
people
Worst
and telling them what
ever.
he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up.
Nope, it's a
Senator,
shit
the
bill.
question was, will
Fuck
you
that.
separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens?
Let him
You have 1
respond,
minute.
old.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border.
Yes,
And I didn't
good
accuse
response.
Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country.
so frame
and we
the
know
question.
that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim, Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first.
No, we don't need it.
The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status temporary protected
Well,
status.
Margaret,
Nora?
but
Thank you.
Senator, we have
of
so
course,
much to get to.
Margaret,
Thank
I
you,
think it's
Nora.
important
We're
because
gonna turn now to the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going
we're-
to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP
call
One
it out.
where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the
And
legal
Kamala-
process. We
and
have
Kamala
so much
Harris
to get
opened up
to,
that
Senator.
pathway.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much-
the books since 1990.
Oh, now she's going to
Thank
shut
you,
up.
gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
want to have-
Hey,
has
robot
not been
women,
on the books.
you suck.
It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you
You
for
guys
explaining
suck.
the legal
Who
process.
put them in charge? You guys suck.
Nora.
They're
Thank
sitting
you,
there all
Margaret.
proud of us.
The
Thank you,
economy
Margaret.
is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the
Ugh.
nation's deficit by $1.2
Another lie.
trillion. How would you pay for that without
Wait.
ballooning
Oh,
the
sorry.
deficit?
I
Governor,
thought
I'll
they were
give you
using
2
that the
minutes.
same way
Yeah,
they use on
thank you.
Trump.
And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We
They
both
use the
grew
Trump
up in
line
that.
on
We
Vance.
understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more.
Yes.
Why?
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Post-COVID.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a
show
gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989.
Partying with the communists.
But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that.
That was every town.
I joined the National Guard at 17.
I did it too.
Worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all in motion.
Tim?
He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of personal
to send it back to the states.
And then he tells us,
where it should be.
Send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing.
It is.
Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, two wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look,
with doctors telling them
if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible,
there it is. Another lie.
To get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen
America.
Maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question you got asked when Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restricted state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that
because of the Biden-Harris
back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today.
No,
that's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. I have no idea. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me. But as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong
That's
about?
not the way the law is written. Look,
how is it written?
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So you fact-checked it with President Trump.
Why
Gentlemen,
can't you
there's a lot
answer
to
it?
discuss. We have
It's your
to move
freaking
on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
I'm going to keep an eye on this. We'll be right back, but I want to show you guys something since that was the big hot topic right there. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to see this. Okay, here we go. We're going to play this real fast. All right, real fast. They're just playing a bunch of dumb commercials here.
Who lived in Georgia, which Georgia had adapted and passed. Their state legislators had passed the 6-week abortion heartbeat prevention law, which, by the way, Donald Trump now opposes. Donald Trump didn't have anything to do with this law, trust me, was not helpful at all. So Roe versus Wade is reversed, and this law is already in effect. This law was actually already in effect in Georgia. She is a young mom, unmarried, has a boyfriend. I think she's living with her boyfriend in the story. Gets the baby, her child is 6 years old. She's pregnant with twins. She goes to North Carolina to have a surgical abortion. She shows up late to the surgical abortion facility. She says her friend her friend said they got stuck in traffic. They instead said, in all their generosity, don't worry, we'll give you chemical abortion pills. So they give her a chemical abortion pill. It's a cocktail, it's multiple pills. She's pregnant with twins. She goes home to Georgia and eventually starts to get very sick. At one point, she's throwing up blood. So she eventually makes her way to the ER. She gets to the ER. The doctors diagnose that she is septic. Parts of the child, parts of the placental tissue remain within her womb. They started treating her with antibiotics. Once again, we don't know what happened, but for 20 hours, she's in the hospital, and they didn't do a DNC, emergency DNC, to remove the remaining parts of the dead child and the placenta for 20 hours. By the time they get into the OR, they do emergency hysterectomy, and she dies in the OR. The abortion industry, ironically, is saying that this is because of the pro-life movement. The pro-life movement forced this woman to drive to North Carolina, pay an abortionist for abortion. The abortionist doesn't actually do the abortion, gives her pills and sends her home, even though the pills that she has, and she's given have a black box warning that are very specific about signs of infection, because that's one of the biggest risks of chemical abortion pills. She goes into an ER. We have no idea what's going on in the ER because the doctors have refused to talk, and she dies, and suddenly it's my fault. Okay. Yeah. What we know is that 3 people are dead. 3 people are dead because a woman felt like her only option was to drive to another state and pay someone for a surgery and then eventually drugs to end the life of her twins. There are a lot of things we do not know. Kamala Harris today went in front of the national press at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time for I think it was National Black Journalists Association or something like that, and said this woman's death is on Donald Trump's hands as a result of Donald Trump. Once again, I've already established that this law was passed by Georgia legislators, who many of them hate Donald Trump. That goes back to the 2021 Senate runoff election, by the way. There's like a lot of bad blood between Georgia Republicans and Donald Trump.
Sorry.
So it wasn't really in Donald Trump's hands. He didn't pass the law, and he didn't help pass the law. But it was all his fault. I think we'll see it a lot in the campaign. We know I've done a lot of interviews in the past 2 years, back and forth with reporters looking for cases specifically of women who died in red states to blame red state pro-life laws. But this is not the case. There's a lot of questions. We know that women who have twins, who are pregnant with twins, many abortionists believe they must be given more chemical abortion drugs than when you're pregnant with one child. We do not know if the abortionist did that. We do not know if the abortionist performed an ultrasound to make sure she wasn't experiencing ectopic pregnancy where the children are lodged in a fallopian tube, which could kill her. We know the fact that the abortionist didn't give her aftercare because he didn't perform an ultrasound after the chemical abortions were supposed to take effect to make sure the contents of her uterus were empty. Why didn't he give her the ultrasound? Why didn't he have to give her the ultrasound? Well, in December 2021, the Biden-Harris FDA removed all of the REMS, the risk evaluation mitigation strategies, off of chemical abortion pills in America. In 2000, when the Bill Clinton administration worked to get chemical abortion pills pushed through to the American market. I mean, they did a lot of work. They used a population council. They actually set up Danco, which is a pharmaceutical company that only produces one thing, that's chemical abortion pills. They did a lot to get these chemical abortion pills to market. They used an AIDS protocol to rapidly approve chemical abortion pills. So there actually wasn't an environmental impact.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just cut it there. Just wanted you guys to see that. Let's go back to the feature presentation. It's probably not back on yet, but I just don't want to miss anything. So there we go. So yeah, there's your answer. That's what old Timmy didn't know.
On person to person.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching. I can't say clear.
Oh, that's one of P. Diddy's little play toys. Yeah. So you guys see, yeah, right? I'll put the link to that video out there for everybody on all platforms. But I wanted to give you that part. Yeah, it was like I kept saying, it was the Biden-Harrison policy that caused the problems, and it sure as hell did.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases, the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases, the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know there's countries around the world
not the
that their
guns.
children aren't practicing these types of drills
Because they don't have the
being
mind
kids.
control
We
going on
owe
here.
it to them to get
They
a
don't have the
fix. These are
abuse
things that
that's
shouldn't
going
be
on
that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we
Critical
can make
theory.
a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
It breaks my heart what you do
Tim,
to
first of all, I
children
didn't
to
know that
make
your
them want to
17-year-old
turn
witnessed
into
a
that.
shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful, and I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay. First of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools, we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns.
No, it's
just
not.
the guns. And
No, it's
there are
not,
things that you
dude.
can do about
You're
it.
full of
But I do
shit.
think that this
Someone
is
has to
one,
pull the
and
trigger.
I think this is a healthy conversation. I
No,
think there's
I
a
don't think
capacity
so.
to
I think you're
find
an idiot.
solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high
he's good with
cost
it.
of housing and rent.
Yep.
There's a shortage of more than 4
When you
million homes
break
in the
and
United
abuse
States,
children,
and that contributes to the
the
high
toxic
housing
culture,
prices.
it makes
Governor
them
Walz,
snap.
the Harris campaign promises a
And when they get older,
$25,000
same
down
thing.
payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million
Exactly,
new
TX.
homes.
They just
Where
find
are you
another way.
building these homes, and won't handing out
First
that
thing.
kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it
Government
easier. We
housing.
cut some of the red tape. Local
Who's gonna
folks,
live there?
look, we can't do it at the federal
Who's gonna
level.
pay for
the
it?
local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for
inflation,
me,
you owe more money.
using the GI Bill
Gotta
was
pay it
one
back.
thing, but a
Assistance,
veteran's home
not a-
loan,
not a
the
gift.
big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated
you'll pay it
value,
back, all right.
the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up.
Well,
Senator
full of
Vance,
illegals.
as far as your campaign's
them in.
position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising? And what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts.
It's
I guess
very
not the fact check. I'll
yeah,
take
we
it.
got the facts.
Crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again,
week,
blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's
I
sell it to
remember
people
that.
for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists.
100%.
Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor,
Where's the
your
study?
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like
again,
for you
back
to
to common
clarify.
sense.
There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal
Hear,
Reserve
hear.
study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you, gentlemen.
Right, Nafel, simple.
We
It's
have
common
a lot
sense.
to get to. You're
Illness,
passionate
supply and
about the
demand.
housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance.
You can leave that out there.
Explain how that would work?
You're talking,
and can you
girl.
guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. It's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens?
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
That's what they're going to do when he can't
America.
reply. We have a number of subjects.
There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one
There
of
was
the
a
very
crisis in
few
child care,
developed
really?
countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, they're giving them more time.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress works. But here's what the deal is.
Evil.
Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works
We all
better.
see the rig
They
game.
stay in their employers. We get more
Yeah.
consistency in that.
call
So
it out.
Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up.
leave your
Senator,
kids at
do
the
you
school.
support a national paid
Lit-
leave
critical
program?
race
And if so,
theory, critical
for
theory
how
get in their
long
heads.
should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some
Questions
Democrats too have worked on this issue, and I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator, and I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare because look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the childcare shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide childcare options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator.
You need
Governor
good people
Walz,
doing it.
Your ticket also has some child
Not
care tax
weirdos.
credit
Not weirdos.
proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not
Inflation.
paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal.
As you stop
Would you again
counting,
seek to challenge this year's election
you
results,
started again,
even
everything is
if
flipped.
every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square. And that's all I've said. And that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids growing up to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
We'll see if you keep your word.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this.
No, it's
Look,
feds.
I
Fed agitators.
don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that
Nancy
happened.
Pelosi
Donald
and
Trump can do it. And all
big
of us say
objects.
there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to
story for us.
Thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us
for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time
They ain't the
is up.
fucking wires on
Thank
the
you, gentlemen.
left.
We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
All right, putting off the propaganda. Woo! Well, they're covering a lot more ground on the issues than any of the other debates we've seen so far. The vice president's got to get out there. The vice president candidate's got to get out there and do it. Yeah. What do you guys think so far? I mean, Tim Walz, he just furthers the lie, just does it in a different way. He throws a bunch of shit out there people don't know about it. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, whatever you say, dude. Project 2025 lies, January 6th lies. Come on. We're going to get a very fine people lie. Come on. Are we going to get it? Are we going to get it? Yeah, these guys are clowns. He just does it in a very different way, right? He does it in a believe me kind of way. He's not quite as irritating as but yet still irritating as Kamala and Biden, but yet still irritating. I mean, it's just when they're lying about all these things, covering up. I'm okay with Vance turning it up a little bit on this guy. I don't think that I don't know if that's his style or whatever. I'm fine with him cranking it up another notch. I need to hear. I mean, we've had 3 debates. I haven't heard anything about globalism. I haven't heard anything about Agenda 2030. They'll make up shit about Agenda 25, but they won't talk about Agenda 2030. It's still irritating me. It needs to happen. I'm talking about the Georgia thing
that we've seen in America.
I don't know what they're talking about down there. I don't care. Anyways, Walz is dumb enough to actually believe lies. Yeah, I can see that. I made it about 2 commercial breaks. They're going for a long time here, man. And yeah, I can't watch any of it. The propaganda is so thick. Yeah, hang in there, Andy. Hang in there. We got you. We're all doing this together. Lean on me. Right? Yeah, I know. They need to talk more about the monster at the gate. I mean, so many of these things that the Walz Harris campaign wants to do is tied into it. And we can't keep not talking about it. It needs to be talked about and talked about and talked about and talked about. And the lack of talking about it is almost like a type of censorship as well. Let's see. This has been the most cordial debate I've seen since I started paying attention to politics. Yeah, it is. It's a little too damn nice for me, man. It's a little too damn nice. I need some more heat, man. This is again why I really wanted to Vivek. I like Vance. I'm not knocking our vice president, but man, this is why I'm saying Vivek is the right guy in 28. If we get a 28, he'd be knocking these out of the park, and he would push back in a very assertive way. These two robot AI bitches sitting at the desk aren't helping though, man. They're giving Walz way more talking time. Vance I'm glad he's asserted himself at some points, but I want him to assert himself at all points. You're not going to lose us if you do. Not going to lose us. Yeah, this robot bitch on there, man. She's like, gosh, that woman drive me crazy. Wouldn't last a week. The censorship having 2 videos shared from Rumble to Facebook telling truths on topics, and Facebook all left them. Dems don't want. No, they don't, and they don't want it, and they're also good. It's going to get worse because they take their orders from the UN and the WEF, and they've already just came out of their meeting, the Summit for the Future, and the General Assembly that followed, with laws specifically addressing that. The Biden administration is consulting with the UK on how to better censorship, how to better censor social media and other things like that. Here we go. We're back.
CBS News vice presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last.
What a surprise.
So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and
Nicole,
the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between them.
Dick Cheney,
and they don't
IRS,
agree on everything, but they
Bushes.
are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country, and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you that that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something, not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity.
And then we'll go back to doing it the same old way.
I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Like you said,
Governor
Dick
Walz,
Cheney.
thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say, I'm so proud to be doing this and I'm rooting for you. God bless you and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just
I'm Nora
35
O'Donnell.
days
My vagina
until
smells and I
Election
can't
Day.
stop it.
Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
Good night. Get the hell out of here. All right, we're going to go to post-debate remarks right away. We're going to get right on it. Let me go ahead and pull it up, guys. Wow. Let's see what other people are talking about. I got by request T-Rex's new cry. Is she on? I'm so addicted.
Hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show and our special live coverage of the vice presidential debate between Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. The moderators were not much better. They were a little better than ABC News. But J.D. Vance put on a masterclass in how to handle biased moderators and a lying opponent. And it was a thing of beauty. It was beautiful. It was like,
look, T-Rex, I'm next to your girlfriend.
Every Republican or Republican voter or person who in this case is rooting for Trump knows exactly what I am feeling right now, which is just, thank God.
She keeps reaching over towards me.
Just listening to a guy go out there and know how to raise the right points in response to the right questions, to not take the moderator's bullshit. It was really cleansing. It was just, you never see it. It's just so great to see. The moderators are gross.
Yeah.
Margaret Brennan, not only do you desperately need some bronzer, you need to understand how to moderate a fair debate when you have half the country who's rooting for the other guy. She didn't even attempt to be fair. I mean, I'm going to utter words I never thought I would utter. I preferred Nora O'Donnell. Oh my God. This Margaret Brennan, she used to have a reputation as being kind of like reasonable. Like she flirted with the Catholic right, the Christian right. And when you get on issues of faith, she could be kind of like normal. No. She's been in the soup too long. She's gone totally native over there at CBS News. You are terrible, madam. Terrible. The moderators were disgusting, but J.D. Vance was a vision. And Tim Walz really did indeed look like the bumbling knucklehead he said he was. Oh, there's so much to go over. We have a full lineup of guests for you tonight. We've got in-depth analysis on what we just witnessed and what it will mean with just a little over a month before Election Day. We're also monitoring the media reaction, which we'll bring to you. It's always fun to highlight. But first, well, you heard my initial thoughts. Let me get to my guests. Rich Lowry is here. He's editor-in-chief of National Review. And Eliana Johnson is here as well, editor of the Washington Free Beacon and co-host of the Ink-Stained Wretches podcast. Rich, do you feel me? Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Totally. I don't know how he possibly could have improved on that performance, substantively, tonally, just everything. In terms of the message he was driving home, he brought it back to the economy and the American dream and how we need to revive it. He constantly made the point that Kamala Harris is in power now, and why hasn't she done all these wonderful things that she's promising. The only thing that was difficult for him, I think, was the January 6th thing right at the end. That's not his fault.
Yep, right.
Donald Trump has created that vulnerability, but he deflected really deftly there as well by getting it onto the censorship. So I'm not sure when I've seen a better debate. Maybe, I don't know. I have no use for him, obviously, because my politics are opposite, but maybe Barack Obama at his height in 2008. But this was just an extraordinary performance, a stellar performance. I'm not surprised that he was great because we've kind of seen it out on the campaign trail and in various interviews with hostile interviewers. But I was a little surprised at how pathetic Tim Walz was. Came out of the gate nervous, hemming and hawing. And then just the way he looked when he wasn't speaking on camera, he looked nervous. He looked sad. He looked befuddled. He kind of looked like the kid in the back of the classroom that can't keep up with the lecture and is desperately trying to take notes. It was just terrible.
Deer in the headlights.
So,
Picture.
great night for JD.
Eliana cannot relate to that kid. She was the front kid in the front of the class every time. This is the classic. This JD Vance look will go down. This will be on people's Christmas stockings. Here's one thing I wanted to add. You know what was so masterful about what JD did tonight? He's been demonized by this press since he was named as the running mate. And he completely shattered that tonight. He was kind. He was likable. He complimented his beautiful wife. He brought up his kids. He kept giving Tim Walz points. Like, I kind of agree with that. He said the thing about how if I don't win and he becomes the vice president, I will help him. He did such an effective job throughout the whole 90 minutes of showing America, I'm actually a nice guy. And those women, those female Republican voters who left the party, who are now going to vote for Kamala Harris, will, if he was the problem, the childless cat ladies, which did not come up, I have to imagine they're looking at him just a little softer tonight, Eliana. But your thoughts on what we saw tonight?
I thought it was an extremely impressive performance on Vance's part. And I have to imagine that Rich and many other conservatives like me were thinking the same thing, which is watching JD Vance, it was clear that he prepared a lot, not only in terms of the substance of his responses, but also in terms of the style. He knows how to be combative, but he wasn't that combative tonight. He came across as very, very likable. And I kept thinking, this is the job everybody wishes Trump had done. Because in terms of the discipline of his responses, he brought every response back to, well, who's been in office for the past 3.5 years? Kamala Harris. It started with the first response to the question that was on Israel and Iran, and talking about a world in flames and the chaos that has engulfed the world over the past 3 years. And he brought that back to the doorstep of Kamala Harris. But for as good as Vance was, Walz was extremely weak. And people were talking about, the Harris campaign was deliberately lowering the bar for Walz. CNN ran a story saying, Tim Walz is really, really nervous. And there were questions about whether this is a strategy so that he can go out there and overperform. Well, they didn't actually lower the bar enough because he was extremely bad. And, Vance, people are commenting on Twitter that he's really benefited from doing so many media interviews and from having so many combative exchanges with the press. Well, he was better than than any interview he's done since walking on that stage in Milwaukee. And for Walz, there are a lot of people out there saying he should have done more interviews. Maybe, but on the other hand, watching him tonight, you start to understand why the campaign doesn't actually want him out there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. When he's in front of a friendly interviewer, like when he used to go on MSNBC before he got chosen, sure, that could be a friendly, fun exchange in which you do well. This is a totally different ball game. And it is interesting now that CNN article yesterday setting the expectations low now seems like a clarion call. Like,
that's the one thing they've told the truth about the whole campaign.
Oh, also, Walz's biggest lie the whole night came at the end when he said, "I really enjoyed this debate, JD."
I will say.
Okay, so I think all three of us felt, I'm guessing, that the one moment where he went after the moderator for his time, he was fact-checked by the non-fact checkers who were fact checkers, but only, again, of JD Vance. They let Tim Walz get away with lie after lie.
Yep.
And like Jesus came down and told him, this is what Republican voters want to see. He wasn't having it. He insisted on having his time. Forgive me, but those bitches tried to cut his mic, and it was unbelievable. Here's the exchange in SOT 1.
Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes.
And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to
we're-
fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process.
Kamala
We have so much
Harris
to get
opened up
to,
that
Senator.
pathway.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been
much.
on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We want to
The
have.
app? No, I don't think so.
It's something that Kamala Harris created.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We
can
have
hear
so much we want to get to. Thank you for
I heard
explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Margaret.
I am dripping contempt, dripping contempt out of my pores for CBS News and that was such a dereliction on so many levels. Hello, you morons, a debate is unfolding. Alert, note to anchor and CBS producers, the debate is happening right here. You let it fire up. Let them go. Eliana, we talked about this a million times before we prepared for our debate back in December. When you have fire on the stage, let it play out. This is a real issue. This is a huge issue, and it's voters' number one or number two issue in virtually every poll. You didn't have a lot more to get to. There was a lot of inanity in that debate, including your next question, which was about climate change. And good for JD Vance for fighting on it.
Yeah.
Oh, when Trump was fact-checked multiple times and Harris was not fact-checked at all, I think it was on your show, Megan, when I said he should have been prepared to be unjustly fact-checked. And that's exactly what JD was prepared for tonight. And he did a wonderful job with that. I think any Republican candidate should be prepared when they walk on a stage on a mainstream media network to be treated unfairly and to hit back exactly as Vance did, because viewers like it. And I think both independent and persuadable voters like to see it, as well as the base.
And Rich, for Tim Walz to try to say that the CB1 app has been in place since 1990, this is nothing new that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did, is such a lie. That's what Vance was about to say. Like, this has been one of the most controversial things you've done while in office. She's done while in office. And they cut his mic and moved on.
It's just so shocking. And you said, let the fireworks play out during debate, but the fireworks are between Margaret Brennan, who created this misleading impression of what's happening. Yes, these migrants are legal, but as JD Vance was pointing out, they're only legal because this whole new dispensation and system has been created to launder them into the country when they wouldn't have been otherwise. That's an extremely relevant piece of information. She's being misleading and he's being accurate, and they cut his mic. It's totally outrageous. I made a rude gesture to the screen as I was watching. I didn't tweet the rude thought the way you did, Megan, but you're totally justified in doing this. It's such a dereliction of professionalism on every single level. And just to Eliana's point, it all goes back to JD's performance tonight. All goes back to being so well informed. He knew it better than she did. He knows it better than Tim Walz does, obviously. and that was the key to his entire.
I think he does it better than Trump too. I want to correct myself. They didn't move on to climate change there. That was earlier in the debate where something was starting to unfold. And once again, they cut them off because they really desperately needed to get on to climate change. Every single debate, we've had climate change. We've had January 6th. Not one question, not one, on Tim Walz's radical trans refuge policies in his state, seizing custody from loving parents who won't affirm their child's gender confusion so they can have body parts chopped off. Not
right. Where was all that?
Not a question about his military lies, his stolen valor, nothing. But back to J6, back to climate change, a lot on healthcare. We've had a lot already on healthcare. None of these social issues matter to these moderators because in their elite circles, they don't have to deal with this. They're not going to actually have to worry about any of this. And they're just not interested because they think it, no one cares. It's just not, it doesn't affect anybody and no one cares. Okay. It's infuriating. So Rich, what did you think was the best moment of the debate? Separate apart. It could have been something for Tim Walz. It could have been something for JD Vance. But what was the moment that stands out to you, I would say, after the obvious one that I just played where CBS cut those mics?
Well, JD was so masterful on the border. That was pretty early on. It was just clear he had complete command of the facts and of this stage. And Walz's worst moment when he was asked about the story that Eliana and the Free Beacon broke about how he wasn't in China during the Tiananmen Square massacre. And I don't know. Obviously, they prepared that answer at some level, but he nearly had a meltdown towards the end of it. And I don't think really he began to look. At first, he looked nervous when he wasn't speaking. After that, there was a period where he just looked sad. And I think one really interesting dynamic that I wouldn't have guessed at. There was a lot of agreement, and you make a good point. Tim, you make a good point, JD. But it played differently with JD since he was winning. This played as him being magnanimous. It was an element of his kind of control of the circumstances, whereas Tim Walz had felt weak, like, please leave me alone and let's just be friends. I thought, predicted prior to the debate, Walz the media would say he's a winner no matter what. I don't think that's going to happen now. I think it may flip the other way, and they may be angry at him for being so nice to this guy that they've tried to make a villain.
We're seeing some of that. We're already seeing some of that online. They're angry at him. In fact, maybe I'll see this. This is David Frum, I think, tweeted out something to that effect. Stand by. I saw it just as I was coming onto the air. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see. Vance is going home tonight with Walz's wallet. Vance didn't even have to snatch it. Walz just handed it over, along with a bunch of unearned compliments to Vance's fine character. He's angry that JD came off looking like a nice guy and Tim Walz let him. We've got to play that moment of Tim Walz on the lie that he was in Tiananmen Square. He said that he was in Tiananmen Square, that he was in Hong Kong, which, obviously is not Beijing, but that he was in Hong Kong when Tiananmen Square happened. And it was a lie. And he's gotten caught on it. It just came out today. And so you had to know this was going to come up. I mean, maybe they're just so used to being babied by the leftist media that they didn't think it would come up. But here's what Rich was referring to.
Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Boy. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people.
Oh gosh, wait, because there's more. Then it went on. There was a follow-up because he didn't answer the question, right? I'm a knucklehead. You lied. At the last debate, it was, I have bad grammar. The last interview, right? I have bad grammar. He told Dana Bash to excuse some of his lies. Now it's, I'm a knucklehead. What does that mean? You lied. Here's the follow-up.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protest went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor.
You're laughing.
It looks like Saturday Night Live. It looks like a Saturday Night Live skit. Sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit. I really actually was stunned by that because look, Minnesota Public Radio had this little anecdote buried in a story yesterday. The Beacon went and pulled the tape and the photographs out. CNN pulled more anecdotes of Walz talking about how he remembered Voice of America not broadcasting and this and that, his elaborate tall tales that he'd, and the New York Times did a story today. So he had to know that this was going to be asked about, given that CNN and the New York Times were reporting about this today. Is that the answer they prepared? Is it? Because he could have just said, you know, I said I arrived in June. I actually arrived in August. I misspoke, and I apologize for that. Instead, we got
but he couldn't because honestly, it continues his stolen valor theme. Like he elevates everything to make himself sound a little bit better than he actually is. Like the weapons that I carried in war, and he's never fought in war. Like I'm a retired command sergeant major, and he's not. Like I served in Operation Enduring Freedom, which he didn't. He never went to Afghanistan. Like we didn't just do intrauterine injections when we tried to get pregnant. We did the full IVF. So I've got standing to speak on IVF, which they didn't. Over and over and over again. Like the Chamber of Commerce gave me a special commendation, which they didn't. Over and over, he lies to make himself sound a little bit better, a little bit more relevant, a little bit more important than he actually is. And he keeps getting caught. And what we saw tonight here, Rich, was him disassembling because he didn't expect this question to come up. And to be honest, I didn't expect them to raise this either. I didn't think CBS would do it.
Well, as Eliana lays it out, this is a case where some other media outlets have been doing their job as well, which is good to see. And the question was asked, and it was kind of in a way, it was an arrogant question, or certainly a question that tried to evade, because the obvious answer is what Eliana laid out. You just say, I messed it up. I flubbed, June is warm, so is August. Yeah, I messed them up, and your memory plays tricks on you, and I'm very sorry. That's all he had to do.
I mean, if I may say though, that's like being like, I was in Lower Manhattan on 9/11. Oh, wait, I was actually there on 9/13. That is a very different experience. Like the reason he was caught is because it wasn't an innocent mistake. If you are in Beijing on the day of the Tiananmen Square massacre, where hundreds were killed and shot, like, you know if you were there. You don't, I was confused. You came after. Like, that's why he couldn't do it, Rich. I see your point on strategy.
Okay,
I'm not saying the answer would be. I'm not saying the answer would be honest.
There's good cleanup and there's bad cleanup. Like we'd know if he handled it well or if he handled it poorly. It would still be like all of his lies are these, they're puffery that all accrues to his political benefit and places him at the center of events and allows him to better connect with people on political issues. But there's better and worse ways to try to clean up your doo-doo, and that was definitely a worse way.
Yeah.
And also, if you're
head football coach, that's another one.
Yeah.
If you're going to give a shameless answer, you have to be shameless about it. You can't feel guilty about it. And at that end, when he was stumbling around, it's clearly because he didn't feel confident in what he was saying, because he himself knew it was BS.
I know. Honestly, like if anything, maybe you pull a Newt Gingrich, like I can't believe you would raise such a petty issue in a presidential debate. There are people suffering out there. You haven't raised what happened in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene.
This was 40
and
years
you want to
ago.
relitigate a difference between June and August, 40 years. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, do that. Do something other than, holy shit.
I'm a knucklehead.
Question. I was told there'd be none of those. What did you think overall of the moderators? Because my biggest pet peeve with them was that how they kept stealing the last word and how their little follow-ups to JD Vance, which were very pointed, or the even more annoying ones were to Tim Walz, like, will you comment specifically on the following two things that JD Vance just said, which I'm telling you right now are fake, Tim Walz? They're fake. Please fact check him.
Yeah, you could hear it in the tone of their voice. And they're just playing by Sunday show rules. And now a Sunday show, the way it works, a Republican is on. They usually have an elected Republican and elected Democrat on separately. The elected Republican comes on, and every other answer is fact checked, and the host gives his or her opinion to counter it. And it never happens with a Democrat. And it's exactly what they did in this debate. It wasn't as blatant as ABC, but they did at least two fact checks when they said they wouldn't. And the questions to JD had a kind of skeptical tone. And the questions, at least some of them, to Walz were, please, can you correct this guy? He's so crazy, JD Vance. We need you to help us out here. Do us an assist, give us an assist because we can't do it ourselves directly. So it's so bad. And as you say, Margaret Brennan, all these people, they marinate in the same world. They socialize with these Democratic operatives. They kind of share the worldview, and it just shows. And they just can't help themselves. Even when they went out of their way to say beforehand, we're not going to do it, they still did it.
I think the kids call it flexing. They felt the need to flex out there. Like, I am Team Democrat and I see I'm dealing with a disgusting liar. I'm just going to telegraph it. We put a little very short SOT montage. It could have gone on, Eliana. Here's a couple of examples.
President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree? The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course,
migrants.
that's not true. And again,
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children? I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
I mean, it was just so one-sided, Eliana. I love the.
And he still lost.
Here is your multiple choice answer of the things that were incorrect in JD Vance's response.
Yeah, and Walz still lost. And one of the things that happened right off the top was their question on, would you support a preemptive Israeli strike on Iran? Guys, Iran just rained down 200 missiles on Israel today, and Iran's proxy attacked Israel on October 7th. Iran's other proxy, Hezbollah, has been attacking Israel since October 8th. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's also
it was the first question of the debate.
It was also
crazy.
when Margaret Brennan asked that question about migrants and housing, with her voice dripping with contempt. It was so great because JD said, yeah, there's this Federal Reserve study. We'll post it on social media. And I'm sure she had no idea there's a Federal Reserve study. She just considered the idea in and of itself just absurd, right? And preposterous and something he had made up. When, of course, one of the basic economic laws is supply and demand. So if you create more people that, have more demand for housing and the supply is still limited, prices will go up.
Ask the people in Springfield. I mean, that's one of the things they've been complaining about. But that was the other thing. So she mentions Hurricane Helene and the damage and the devastation that's happening now in the Southeast. And I'm like, okay, this is good. CBS is going to go there. This is not a story that makes Biden and Harris look good. They have not been doing well on their response. She was out in LA having beef Wellington and some sort of special blueberry corn cobbler. I don't know what it was. And with a bunch of celebrities partying while these people were dying on the roofs. And Joe Biden was at the beach in Delaware. Okay, so they're raising it. Great. Let's let's have a tough question for him on the response. No, they turned it mid-question to climate change. Climate change makes these natural disasters much worse.
Injecting the UN
Isn't
agenda.
climate change real and a devastating problem? Donald Trump, their follow-up there, we played it at the top of that top montage. Donald Trump said it was a hoax, which he did say back in 16, and then he corrected himself in 18 and made clear what he meant. In any event, that's the problem we face, Eliana, right? Like they try to like sneakily get in news of the day, big news of the day, but when the landing, the proper landing would have hurt Team Blue, they pivoted to one of their favorite little pet causes.
It's amazing because the hurricane is actually somewhat of a problem for Harris right now, and that she's sort of scrambling. She had no public events today, which is astonishing. And she's sort of scrambling to demonstrate that she's in control of FEMA. And if you look at the issues that voters care about, climate change is extremely low on that list. And so to think that it would be the second question in one of 3 major national debates is kind of amazing. And I remember talking to you about this, Megan, when it was like in the first or second Fox News Republican primary debate, when they asked about it, we were talking about, you know, particularly among Republican voters, why would you raise this question? It is amazing given how many questions didn't get asked. There was no question on China in this debate. There was no question on Ukraine in this debate. And
they skirted
there were
around
serious issues that didn't get asked about in this debate that voters care far more about than climate change. And the hurricane's one of them right now.
Mm-hmm. That's right. It really was amazing in the absence of any, like the way she kept saying to Walz, would you like to respond specifically to the claim that she is letting in fentanyl? Then another one, would you like to respond specifically to the claim that Kamala Harris is letting in illegal migrants?
Oh, the thing about drug mules too.
She didn't look at JD and say, would you like to respond specifically to his claim that he did not sign a law allowing abortion into the 9th month? Would you, JD Vance, like to respond specifically to his denial that he signed a law removing life-saving care from babies born on the table after botched abortions? That was actually a good exchange. Guys, do we have that one? We do. Okay, let's watch that. Because that was actually a very good exchange for Vance, where he was like, you did sign that law. And Walz denied it. And JD was like, what part of what I'm saying is wrong? And Tim Walz fell back on, that was fact checked at the ABC
the last debate. Yeah.
One of the most controversial fact checks of all time. Watch, here it is, 13.
You're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And
these are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions.
After the doctor tells them what to do.
Who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved.
This is what he keeps saying, Rich. We misread the law on Tampon Tim's mandate that tampons go in the boys' bathroom. No, we didn't. We misread the law that babies born to mothers trying to abort them have no right to life-saving care. No, we didn't. We misread the law in which he allowed abortion through the 9th month of pregnancy. No, we didn't. That's what he misspoke on all of his lies and all of his laws. We're just confused. We misread the law. JD Vance is a lawyer.
Misread a lot. You're
who
incompetent.
went to Yale Law School. I am a lawyer who practiced law as a litigator for 10 years. We didn't misread the law. It's very basic statutory construction. He's just a liar.
Yeah. So he's completely wrong about that. And JD challenged him in a way that cornered him, but not in a way that made JD seem like a jerk. It was very, very deftly handled. And the whole abortion exchange, it's no secret that this is an issue where Republicans are on their back heel politically. And JD spoke about it in ways I've never heard a national Republican talk about it, where he's, the referendum, how did I change on this? The referendum went against me in Ohio, and it made me think about it more. So
stand by,
again,
Rich. Let me play it, and then you take it on the back end. Stop 14.
I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family.
Amazing. Keep going.
Yeah, really well done. And so much effort has been made by the media and Democrats to portray J.D. Vance as a hateful jerk. That's all he is. And for 90 minutes, he put the lie to it, including with that answer. And look, JD played kind of the online right game to win that Senate primary in Ohio, where you kind of put an accent on your obnoxiousness. And so often people who play that game, that's all they can do. And they lose elections. But JD always had this other dimension to him that we just saw tonight, where he can elevate his game. He can be in a different mode. He can be in persuasive mode. And it was just very good, again, from beginning to end. It's just hard to imagine how you improve on any of it.
That is so well said. That was the guy I met back in 17 or 18 and who cried when I talked about his sister, Lindsay, who he loves deeply and who loves him. She's 5 years older than he is. And she can't forgive herself for not protecting him more from the abuse that he suffered at the hands of their mom and some of the men who came through their house, their living situation. And he is an emotional guy in a lovely way, not in a weird way, not a Tim Walz way where he's constantly like he connects with that heartstring thing. And I absolutely have a belief that was genuine, Eliana. And I don't think it was done for the women of middle America. Like, I'm going to be likable now. I think it was a genuine outreach. Like, I get it. Trust me. We're working on it.
I think a lot of hard work went into that performance in terms of preparation and in terms of shifting into this other gear that Rich has talked about. It's hard to know whether it was genuine or whether it was practice, but it actually doesn't matter because it didn't come across as false. And I do think that for politicians, JD, since he was elected to the Senate, and he wasn't a great candidate when he ran for the Senate, he wasn't great in his Senate debates. It is hard for them to shift out of the one gear they've been in. And the one gear JD's been in is combative and feisty. And that wasn't the person we saw tonight. And that is what makes me think that an extraordinary amount of preparation went into sort of practicing getting into this different gear that was sort of more humane, moderate, the person that we saw in that and relatable. Sort of the word that I was searching for.
I think he did the Trump Vance ticket a lot of good. I think what he did tonight was help restore the equilibrium on the narrative about him. It's not completely countermanded, but he helped restore it by having an audience of millions and just letting people see who he really is. Whether this will change the trajectory of the race, I don't know. I don't know that Trump needs the trajectory of the race changed, but I think the narrative on JD Vance has to change after tonight. And he did a great job of hammering on policy and the difference between the two candidates at the top. Like, he did everything he could possibly do. Now what we need is for Donald Trump not to get so irritated by all the praise that JD Vance is getting. He posts something not great. That's keep him away from Truth Social. I laugh, but tonight actually, Trump said very nice things to JD before he went out there. He reportedly said, just have fun, have a great time, which is really sweet. That's good. Takes all the pressure off. Guys, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to be right back with the hosts of the morning meeting. This is Mark Halperin's program. He's coming on. Sean Spicer will be here. And we're going to get into, there's a new Democrat that they're bringing with them. What do the Democrats think? What do they think? Because I'll tell you what's happening right now. I'll give you one example. Claire McCaskill, MSN senator, tweets out, I actually think most Americans fundamentally understand that the VP is not the president. So Kamala Harris had absolutely no responsibility for any of those mean things that JD Vance raised. Oh, and by the way, if you think Tim Walz is a moron, he's only going to be the VP, which is not the president. See, it covers all bases, that tweet. I don't think they're feeling very confident about how that went. Is it consequential? We'll ask it on the opposite side of this break. First, though, Kamala Harris is proposing some massive tax hikes, an almost 40% top income tax rate, 7% increase to the corporate tax, a capital gains tax on unrealized gains for some. And then there's the fact that she's proposing to add almost $2 trillion to a current $2 trillion deficit. You might be thinking it's time to make more of your savings tax sheltered. Seems like a good idea. Not to mention inflation.
All right. Thanks, Megan. Cool, guys. Wow, what a night. Well, I really appreciate each and every one of you being here. I got plenty more for you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the debut of Winning 2024 Morning Edition. I said it. I'm going to do it. I may be half asleep, but I will be doing it. But in order to do that, I need to get on out of here, man. I think JD Vance did a great job tonight. I give him the win. Tim Walz, deer in the headlights. Got a lot of help from the moderators, as expected. The establishment's corrupt. Let's never forget that. Let's also remember that, they're full of shit and they'll say anything to maintain their power and authoritarian grip over all this. And never forget that the Agenda 2030 is the monster at the gate waiting to be let in, and it's already here. It's already doing its dirty work through this corrupt establishment. There is no middle ground here. We must defeat them. We must win. We must take our country back. We must clear out the corruption, and we can never ever stop. So keep on it until they pedal to the metal until election day and beyond, because we got a lot of work to do, but we can do it. We can do it. The good news is that people are coming around at a record pace. And every day, more and more people are understanding what it's really all about. And that is as simple as this.
You have people that are now realizing that, listen, this is not a left versus right thing anymore. Okay? This is not a Democrat versus Republican thing anymore. This is establishment versus anti-establishment.
And the key truth is this: Kamala Harris is the establishment. Kamala Harris is the ultimate DC insider. Kamala Harris is the swamp.
You also got to understand.
Yep. So remember that, guys. And thank you so much for being here. Great night of fun. You guys rock. Most based, most informed crowd out there. And I really do appreciate each one of you being here. Onward and upward. We're going to do that, and we're going to get it done. It's almost time, but I'll see you guys in the morning. If you're around, you want to be there, come to the show. 9 to 12 will be the show. 2-hour show, quick show. Winning 2024 Morning Edition. Woo, we're going to do it. All right, guys. I'll see you there. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to the mods. Thanks to the super chatters and the members, gifted membership givers and all those folks. On Rumble, on X, and on YouTube, guys, take care. Stay based and keep on winning.
I'm going to leave you with this one final message. We're going to win the election. We're going to win it big. We're going to win it bigger than ever before. We're going to do things that nobody believed. It's going to be more important even than 2016. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.